Chapter 2304. The Chinese ambassador only had a few people with him, and you let him escape. Useless. All useless. Commander Risla thought about how the armed forces of the various nations, as well as the armed forces of the Northland that he wanted, all knew that the Chinese ambassador had entered the country. Commander Risla, who had always been oppressed by the new government, was so angry that he unholstered his gun. He slammed the gun on the table. The Chinese ambassador must not fall into the hands of the new government and the armed forces of the Northland. We must find him first. After we find him, what if he doesn't cooperate? It's not up to him whether he cooperates or not. Commander Risla was in a state of madness. He had been oppressed by the new government for too long. If he did not fight back, he might be killed by the new government. So, he had to find the Chinese ambassador first. Not cooperating? He would make him cooperate obediently. When the people below heard this, they looked at each other. Looking at the gloomy Commander Risla and the gun on the table, someone wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed the words in his mouth. It's not up to the Chinese ambassador whether he cooperates or not. Do you dare to kill the Chinese ambassador? He did not dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that if he said it, Commander Risla would have such a crazy idea. No matter how benevolent and righteous China was and how they usually gave in for international peace, if they killed the ambassador they sent over, China would definitely fight back. Even the international community would denounce Commander Risla. At that time, not to mention regaining control of the country, even his life would be in danger. It was unlikely that they would do that. No matter how crazy they would not kill an ambassador. The officer who wanted to remind Commander Risla secretly thought that he was lucky. This subordinate had overestimated Risla. With the armed forces of the Northland as the main force, they directly attacked the new government and the old government at the same time. Risla was like a mad dog that would bite anyone he caught. In his words, no matter who it was, as long as they were targeted by him, he would bite off a piece of meat at any cost. Yi Qian and the others became one of the targets of Risla's crazy revenge. Boom! 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 The sound of car engines came from all directions. The sound came from afar and approached at a speed that would make one's face change color in shock. Just by hearing the sound, Yi Qian knew that these cars did not come with good intentions. As the vehicles converged into an intersection, the J5 found that something was wrong and immediately shouted, "It's another wave of people." In the car, Yi Qian, who was holding the steering wheel, observed the situation in the rearview mirror. There were at least 10 cars surrounding them. "Xianxia, I'm sorry, but you can't have a good rest. Let's see if we can take a break after this." Yi Qian, who had stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, said to Xianxia, who was sitting in the back, dressed neatly as if he was going to attend a banquet, with a smile, "Everyone wants to see how good your driving skills are. See, the opportunity is here." The atmosphere was tense, but she could still smile and joke around. It was obvious that she had a strong mentality. Xianxia, who was also tough, curved her thin lips slightly. Her smile was like water and mist, as indifferent as a mirror. Even if she heard the rumbling sound of the car being chased nearby, she was not surprised at all. He said, "I look forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing the other side of you. I like knowing more about you." The V8 also responded in the same way. According to the route, the next intersection was a right turn. Yi Qian, who was holding the steering wheel, smiled brighter than the sun because of Xianxia's words. "How can I let you down?" Chapter 2305. In the first big drift, the car made a sharp right turn, and the two people in the car leaned to the right. When they turned to the right, they swung back to the left. It was as if the two of them had lost their balance. Even though they had their seatbelts on, they were still swung so hard that their shoulders slammed into the car door. Before the V8 even sat up, he gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. That drift was beautiful, perfect. Without slowing down, a 90-degree turn, without slowing down the brakes, and with the accelerator pressed hard to complete the entire maneuver. That was not something that could be done just by being careful and daring. It required superb skill. Yi Qian had practiced this type of 90-degree turn countless times at the Southern Province Automobile Troop Training Base. Not only were there 90-degree turns, but there were also 180-degree turns. She had practiced all of them, and her results were amazing. That kind of training was when she practiced with her own people. Now, she was fighting with the enemy. It was a completely different feeling. There was no sense of danger in the former, but in the latter, she had to fight to the death. When they turned to the right, there were 3 cars in front of the intersection. The car in front of the intersection was the first to notice the Chinese car rushing over. It immediately called for the other 2 cars to drive over. The cars on the left and right of the intersection turned out to be patrols. After receiving the call, they turned one after the other, stepped on the accelerator, and sped over at the speed of an arrow. Yi Qian. Charge forward. I'll bring up the rear. Shuang, lure the cars on the left. The J5 in the middle shouted. Charge out of the intersection. I'll break through on the west side. These cars came with the intention of perishing together. They attacked from the front, back, left, and right in an attempt to get rid of Yi Qian and her car in one fell swoop. Yi Qian replied calmly, I'll be in front. Attack from the left and right. Take care of the left and right sides, then break through on the west side. The west side was the right side of the intersection. Okay. I'll follow up and provide support. Shuang, clear the cars behind. The J5 saw that Yi Qian's voice did not change at all. She maintained her stability. He did not need to look to know that her skills were quite good. The beautiful 90-degree turn just now could be seen clearly. The first 2 waves of cars that the V8 team had shaken off could only be considered blocking and forcing them to stop. However, the dozen or so cars that appeared now were all recklessly rampaging around. It was obvious that these people were here to get rid of Xianxia. Knowing that the Chinese ambassador was sitting in the car, he still dared to be so arrogant. Xianxia knew that he was sent by the former government. Boom! 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 The cars coming from 3 different directions at the intersection were getting closer and closer. Yi Qian, who had his V8 gun ready, gently pressed the automatic window control button. As the cars coming closer and closer, Yi Qian controlled the steering wheel with one hand and shouted in a low voice, Fire! Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out at the same time. The wheels of the 2 cars coming from the left and right exploded. The loud sound of the tires exploding was louder than the sound of the bullets. The 2 cars that were moving at high speed became unmanned. They were completely out of control. The cars crashed and the people died as they moved in an S shape to the side of the road. The people in the car were obviously not as skilled as the members of the Shuayu team. The car sped out uncontrollably, and the pupils of the 2 men behind the wheel constricted violently, revealing a look of despair. They knew what mission they were on, but they did not think that they would die. Because they thought that the person who died must be the Chinese ambassador. Chapter 2306. Whoosh! Yi Qian retracted his pistol and turned the steering wheel nimbly and quickly, avoiding the 2 uncontrollable cars in an S shape. The rubber on the wheels flew off in an instant, and the exposed hubs screeched as they rubbed against the ground, creating countless sparks. When the 3 cars passed by, Yi Qian could almost see the despair in the driver's eyes. Despair? Heh, not only should I make you feel despair, should make you feel fear. Beautiful. V8 said excitedly, beautifully done, Yi Qian. Too beautiful. Not only could she control the steering wheel at such high speeds, she could also shoot accurately. Too beautiful. Almost perfect. Xianxia, whose eyes flashed with a strange light, exhaled softly. Yi Jian, who was in the middle of a battle, exuded a charm that deeply amazed him, and her superb driving skills made him feel even more amazed. Yi Qian, you're just a freshman military school student, but you have the ability to subdue the special forces. Your personal charm is enough to amaze the world. The car in front of them was even easier to deal with. The J5 that came to support them directly fired a bullet at the accelerator. Bang! The explosion was accompanied by a rising fireball. Yi Jian turned the steering wheel, and the wheels made a terrible screeching sound as they turned to the left. Behind the car was a raging fire. It was estimated that the car would be burned to a metal frame in less than 5 minutes, and the people inside would be reduced to ashes. There were more than 10 cars surrounding Yi Qian, and 2 more cars rushed out from the alleys as soon as he broke through. Yi Qian, 4 cars come to surround us. I'll take care of 2, you and V8 blow the tires and take care of the other 2. J5's cold voice came from the communicator. Don't give them a chance to go back alive. V, protect the ambassador. Don't worry, they won't be able to return. V8's lips curved coldly, revealing a wolf-like ferocity. Vroom vroom vroom, I'm going to charge out, sit tight. Yi Qian knew that as long as they could get rid of the 2 vehicles that were crazily surrounding them, they would be able to launch a full assault. Because the 2 vehicles were driving in a straight line, the narrow road made it impossible for the 3 vehicles to converge. Therefore, before the other party could open fire, not only would they have to finish firing, they would also have to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. They planned to open fire. Yi Qian, get out of the way. V8 gritted his teeth and fired continuously with his submachine gun when he saw that the 2 vehicles were acting strangely. There was no need for Yi Qian to shoot again. The car that was shot at by the V8 dodged to the side and crashed into their own car. The 2 cars collided, and the car that was hit was instantly flipped upside down. The 2 cars stuck to each other, and sparks flew everywhere as they headed towards Yi Qian and the others. Sit tight. Hold him properly. Xianxia and V8 only heard Yi Qian say 4 words before the car suddenly drove up a small slope on the side of the road. Then, the car didn't drive on 4 wheels, but 2 wheels on each side. Squeak squeak squeak, the chassis of the 2-wheeled car almost brushed past the 2 vehicles that were charging towards them. After charging for tens of meters, Yi Qian turned the steering wheel to the side again, and with a thud, 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 the 2-wheeled car returned to its normal 4-wheel driving mode. After the car was stabilized, V8 and Xianxia bounced a few times from the impact. Their expressions were like a string of ellipses. Behind them, Shuang, who had watched the entire process, said in a low voice, "That works too. This isn't an ordinary feat, it's so much better than the male soldiers." Chapter 2307. In the end, not a single one of the dozen or so cars was left intact. They were either burnt to a crisp, or their headlights were compressed and couldn't start at all. There were also a few cars that were lying on their backs with their drivers covered in blood. No one knew if they were dead or alive. The burning cars were still on fire. When the fuel tanks were about to explode due to the high temperature, the ground trembled with the sound of explosions. Countless bang bang sounds of the fuel tanks exploding came from behind. Shuang, who was the last to leave, looked back through the rearview mirror. It was his first time working with Yi Qian, and he finally understood why J5 said that. Yi Qian, you can't underestimate her just because she's a female soldier. You can't underestimate her just because she's a female soldier. Female soldier Yi Qian, she's even stronger than male soldiers. Anyone who thinks she's just an ordinary female soldier is making a big mistake. J5 wiped the sweat off his forehead. As expected of Xianxia, she was full of surprises. There were no pursuers behind the cars for the time being. The comrades in the 3 cars reported to each other that they were safe. J5 specifically asked if Xianxia was okay. The ambassador had raced before, but he probably hadn't raced like this before. Qing Niao's last move was really not something an ordinary person could do. He had been in the Snowfield Brigade for a few years, and to be honest, he hadn't done this before. Qin Xiu knew what he meant by, okay. He pressed his stomach and didn't try to be brave. He smiled and said honestly, my stomach is churning. My brain is extremely stimulated. My brain is secreting dopamine directly. My whole body and mind are experiencing a feast of stimuli. A feast of visual stimuli, a feast of sensory stimuli. They were all excited by Yi Qian's extraordinary driving skills. He hadn't felt excited about anything outside of work for a long time. Today, because of Yi Qian's existence, because of her driving skills, he was so excited that his heart was still beating faster. He had met her and met love. J5 was afraid that Qin Xiu would get hurt. Seeing that he wasn't bleeding and only felt nauseous, he felt much more at ease. Yi Qian really shocked us this time. We didn't expect her driving skills to be so good that she could even do stunts. It's good that the ambassador is fine. With Yi Qian by your side, we feel more at ease. With her by his side, he felt much more at ease. Qin Xiu raised his eyes, and undetectable emotions flashed through his gentle and smiling eyes. He smiled slowly and said, indeed, I not only saw her driving skills, but also her shooting skills. Yi Qian's excellence is beyond my imagination. Her excellence was beyond everyone's imagination. Even V8 and J5, who had worked with Yi Qian several times, thought so. Yi Qian, who was already driving steadily, couldn't help but laugh when she heard their praises. Aren't you afraid that I'll become arrogant if you keep praising me like this? Even if you want to be arrogant, you have to have what it takes. No matter how arrogant you are, no one will think that you're arrogant. Who would dare to look down on you? V8's words were echoed again. Yi Qian simply changed the topic. Ambassador, we disturbed your rest earlier. Now that we've shaken them off, why don't you close your eyes? It'll take about 45 minutes for us to get to the next location. She changed the topic. J5 and the others didn't continue the conversation. As a special forces soldier, they weren't afraid of having too many skills, but they were afraid of not having any skills. They were all concerned about Qin Xiu's health and told him to close his eyes and rest. Qin Xiu saw that Yi Qian's ears were red, and he knew that she was a little embarrassed by the praise. He nodded without much sleepiness. All right, I'll take the time to rest. She could even be shy. How cute. Chapter 2308. K7 didn't join them. According to the plan last night, K7 would support them secretly and wouldn't appear casually. K7, who had already arrived somewhere, looked at the time. It had been more than an hour and 36 minutes since he separated from his comrades. It should be soon. K7, who was hiding in the corner of the city, was thin and expressionless. After looking at the time, his eyes fell on a place a little distance away from him. He seemed to have thought of something. His face, which was always expressionless, dimmed a little. Not long ago, he passed by the location of the black smoke. His eyes flashed with worry. He sat quietly in the car, his eyes locked on the location of the black smoke. He was still patiently waiting for his comrades to arrive. The thick black smoke didn't disperse for a while. The huge commotion scared the nearby residents. They hid in their homes and shivered. There were gunshots, explosions. These were the sounds they were most afraid of. No one dared to leave their homes. Even if they were scared to the point of hiding in the closet, no one would leave their homes. Home was always safer than the outside. More than a dozen cars surrounded the Chinese ambassador. None of the cars returned. Half of them were even injured. When the news reached the New Deal side, they were naturally very happy. Seeing Ruolila in trouble, they were naturally happy. But the happiness was short-lived. Soon, they felt pity because the Chinese ambassador got away safely and didn't steal anything from Ruilila. Although the Chinese only sent an ambassador and a few escorts, more than a dozen cars couldn't stop the Chinese ambassador. Their strength is terrifying. That's right. We always thought that the Chinese ambassador was young and easy to communicate with. But in the end, the Chinese ambassador was even more powerful than our diplomats. And the group of staff protecting the Chinese ambassador is even more frightening. From the beginning, we shouldn't have underestimated the Chinese. Now that the Chinese suddenly showed a strong attitude, we can see the growth of their national power and military power. Because of the growth of their national power and military power, they have today's dominance over us. A backward country gradually becoming stronger is not a good thing for our neighboring countries. Our country should also speed up its development. I hope that with the help of the American hegemonic countries, we can democratize our country and become a big country in South Asia. While the New Deal was reflecting on himself, he firmly believed that they must maintain a good relationship with the American hegemonic countries and become a big country in South Asia. Ruilila, on the other hand, was furious. He did not expect that none of the more than 10 vehicles he had sent out had returned. They were even tricked by the Chinese ambassador's vehicles until they were destroyed. A bunch of trash. A bunch of trash. How dare you call me to report the failure of the mission? Far away from the city, Ruilila was so angry that his eyes were red. Continue to send people to find him. If a car doesn't work, send me a motorcycle. If you discover the Chinese ambassador's vehicle, just drive it away. Spear. Shoot. Attack. The crazy Ruilila had the same idea as the New Deal, which was to sow discord between the Chinese side and the neighboring country's New Deal, so that the New Deal would not be able to explain to the Chinese side because of the death of the Chinese ambassador. The subordinate who received the order was stunned for a moment. Shooting directly. Wasn't this completely opposing the Chinese side? Was this appropriate? Are you questioning me? Ruilila, who had already been pushed to the brink of insanity by the new government, the Allied army, and the Northland forces, glared at his subordinate and said in a sinister voice, "Who gave you the courage to question me?" New Policies? Chapter 2309. How dare they question Ruilila's decision? No matter what, their leader, Commander Ruilila, was always right. Because of the existence of people like Ruilila, the war in Lin had never stopped. Although there was a ceasefire agreement with the armed forces of various ethnic groups, Ruilila's rebellion broke the situation and made the ethnic forces who were not satisfied with the new policy move. For the new policy, both the old government and the armed forces of the Northland were forces they wanted to eliminate. When the Northland opened fire on the old government, the new policy's military group immediately opened fire on the old government. At this time, the civil war in Lin had reached its climax. The new government, Cultivation, and the old government, Ruilila, were engaged in a fierce gunfight. Xianxia, who originally only wanted to help Yi Jian out of trouble, fell asleep in the midst of the gunfight. He didn't care about the progress of what happened outside. He was sleepy because there were special forces soldiers in the car and Yi Jian was beside him. Even if the car bumped a few times, he didn't wake up. After some time, he heard Yi Jian gently nudging him. "Xianxia, let's get out of the car and rest first." They had arrived at their destination. They could get out of the car and rest. Xianxia opened his eyes. His brain had already walked out of the chaos and he was completely awake. "We've arrived?" He had just woken up and his voice was low and slightly lazy. "Not yet. The whole city is locked down and there is no way to leave. We will leave after dark." Yi Jian was the only one in the car. She unbuckled her seatbelt and explained, "The others will leave first. We will leave when they come back." The 3 cars could not be used anymore. After leaving the cars, they would leave on their motorcycles and head to their final destination. Commander Ruilila learned that the Chinese car was abandoned in a remote road in the woods. He, who was attacked by the new policy, the alliance, and the armed forces of the Northland, began to retaliate like a madman. The Chinese ambassador's car has been found? Where is he? Where is everyone? When the civil war began, the leader did not even have time to go home. He, who was always paying attention to the situation, received the latest news and his face lit up with joy. How is it? Is everything solved? Ruilala was crazy, completely crazy. He might do something even crazier. He was a madman. There was nothing he did not dare to do. Since he was crazy, he might as well go crazy for once. He would give the Chinese side a warning. You want to be strong? Let's see who will lower their heads first. However, the new government had underestimated Ruilala's madness. He, who had been hiding in the Northlands all this while, faced the new government and the Northland's armed forces and launched a terrifying counterattack that seemed to want everyone to die with him. The ethnic armed forces that supported him also began to take action. At 4:00 in the afternoon, gunfights broke out in 4 densely populated areas of Lin country. The originally bustling streets were deserted during the day, and all the civilians hid in their homes, not daring to go out. Chaos broke out in the country, the transportation hub was disrupted, and all the ports leading to China were closed. The street was empty, as if it had been ransacked. Half an hour ago, there was no one on the street, not even the beggars dared to stay. For their own safety, they all hid. The civilians of neighboring countries who were affected by the war could only flee to temporarily safe cities and villages. Then, the crazy Ruilala extended the cannons to the point that even the forest had a sound that stopped the clouds and shook the earth. Wherever the war spread, the gunshots did not stop, and the thick smell of gunpowder filled the air. J5, who had abandoned the motorcycles, brought Yi Qian and the others to a motorcycle repair shop in the slums of the city. The shop was not big, but there was a 2-story wooden house at the back. Not many people came out, and J5 brought Yi Qian and the others to the wooden house at the back. Chapter 23:10. J5 was very familiar with the place. The unattended repair shop seemed to have been emptied due to the war, leaving only piles of scrap metal. There were also various scattered parts stained with black engine oil in the corner. Even the air was filled with the oily smell of engine oil, which was worse than the smell of gunpowder. From the outside of the repair shop to the inside, no one else went out except for the few of them. J5 was so familiar with the place that it was as if he owned the shop himself. They passed through a triangular canopy made of raindrops, passed through a small house made of wooden planks, went around a stone wall, and pushed open a self-welded iron door. Finally, they arrived at the second floor of the small wooden house that they could see from the outside. This place and the place they passed through were like 2 different worlds. The outside was dilapidated and messy, but here, an unknown tree with thick branches supported a peaceful green space in the backyard. The front yard was messy, while the backyard was quiet. It was clear that the owner of the repair shop was very particular about life. Climbing up the wooden ladder to the second floor of the small wooden house, J5 pushed open the door to the second room and smiled at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, you can rest in this room. We will stay next door. It is very safe here. You can take a nap and get some rest. Yi Qian looked into the room. The furnishings were very simple. There was only 1 bed, 2 bedside tables, and a coat rack. However, it was very clean. Even the floor was so bright that it reflected light. It is so clean. I should take a shower to get rid of the dust. V8 leaned forward and looked into the room. He could not be more satisfied with the temporary place to rest. Yi Qian was about to take off her shoes when she heard him say that. She sneered. Then I will have to take a shower first. There is a private bathroom inside. J5 said as he pulled V8 who was about to take off his shoes. Yi Qian is going back to her room to rest. Why are you taking off your shoes and following me in? Caught off guard, V8 staggered. He was at a loss. I am resting. Why else would I go in? Shuang had already taken the initiative to open the door next door. He stuck his head out and said to V8, I'm going to take a nap. You guys can continue chatting. K7, who was the last to arrive, was the same as before. As soon as he exited the combat zone, he pushed open the door and walked into the first room. He needed to catch up on his sleep. J5 patted V8's back and said, This is Yi Jian's room. You're a man. What are you trying to do by going in? With his comrade's reminder, V8 immediately realized how stupid he was. She slapped herself hard on the forehead and hurriedly explained to Yi Qian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought everyone was resting in the same room, so I didn't think too much about it. Sorry. I'm sorry. He really did not think too much about it. Usually when he was on a mission with his comrades, he would not consider who was sleeping in the same room. He had forgotten that even though Yi Qian was his comrade, they were of different genders. Yi Qian saw the embarrassment on his face. Her eyes moved slightly and she vaguely guessed what was going on. She pursed her lips and smiled. I can understand. You forgot that we are of different genders, right? V8 was a little embarrassed after his thoughts were seen through. He smiled awkwardly. Yes. Yes, I really forgot. It was mainly because in the battle just now, Qing Miao's ferocity made it easy for people to forget that she was actually a female soldier. She was more like a male soldier than a male soldier. Chapter 23:11. Qin Xiu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but cough lightly to hide the smile on his face. It was obvious that Yi Qian had a good relationship with this group of Special Forces soldiers. Only comrades who had fought side by side could have such a harmonious camaraderie. J5 raised his hand to cover his forehead as he felt a headache coming on when his comrade admitted that he really thought of Yi Qian as a male soldier. He said to V8 helplessly, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Rest with the ambassador for now. I'll go down and look for someone. He then said to Yi Qian, Sometimes he's not very bright and sometimes makes stupid mistakes. You have to be more forgiving. If you really can't take it anymore, find a chance to settle old and new grudges together and teach him a lesson. V8 agreed, Of course, of course. Next time if I do anything wrong, don't hold back. Just tell me. He just made a stupid mistake earlier and didn't think too much about it. Qin Xiu, on the other hand, understood V8's behavior earlier. It was just a habitual reaction. It meant that Yi Qian wasn't a female soldier in his heart, but a true comrade who had fought side by side with him. Yi Qian didn't feel offended. Just as Captain Xia said, on the battlefield, it didn't matter if you were a male or female soldier. Gender didn't matter. Soon, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Shuang went back to his room alone for the time being, while V8 accompanied Qin Xiu to the next room to rest. J5 had something to do, so he didn't let his comrade accompany him. He went downstairs alone. Knowing that there was still a fierce battle ahead, they went back to their rooms and took the time to recover their energy to prepare for the upcoming battle. J5 said it was safe enough to sleep here. Yi Qian went into the room and immediately laid down on the bed without taking a shower. Although the repair shop was located in the slums and the outside was dilapidated, the room was clean and tidy. Even the bedding had a faint fragrance of soap. The temperature in the city was pleasant, neither hot nor cold. The temperature in the wooden house was also very comfortable. Yi Qian, lying on the bed, smelled the faint fragrance of soap and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. Even Qin Xiu, who had taken a nap in the car, fell asleep immediately after taking a shower. In terms of combat ability, he was worlds apart from them. Now that his home ground was over, he had to work hard to not be a burden to the special forces. No matter how he spent the night, he had to keep up with them. Yi Qian and the others arrived safely at their destination. Ruilala, who had nowhere to vent his anger, took out his pistol and fired randomly at the window of his office. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of dozens of bullets rang out. The subordinate who came to report the matter was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. When the guards outside heard the gunshots coming from the commander's office, they broke through the door almost at the same time and aimed their guns at the subordinate. There were less than 10 people in the Chinese cars. What about you? Even if you didn't send 100 people, at least 50. The cars were destroyed and the people were gone. In the end, you don't even know where the Chinese ambassador is now. I sent you out to solve the problem, not to create more problems for me. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't find the Chinese ambassador tonight, you can kill yourself. Ruilala smashed the empty pistol directly into the office. He smashed it so hard that the pistol bounced up and fell to the ground. The black hole happened to be right in the forehead of the subordinate, who was so scared that he lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. The subordinate, whose back was covered with layers of cold sweat, didn't say anything. He turned around and his knees went weak and he almost fell. Chapter 23:12. The guards who rushed in also hurriedly retreated. No one dared to make their commander angry at this time. Cultivation, the leader of the New Deal, frowned when he finally received news of the Chinese ambassador. It's one thing for the 10 cars Ruilala sent out to surround the Chinese ambassador, but now even the people we sent out don't know where the Chinese ambassador went. So many people surrounded the Chinese ambassador, who had less than 10 people with him, but they were all annihilated. Although the result sounded unbelievable, he felt a little better when he thought about how the people who died were sent by Ruilala. Now, even the people sent by the new government couldn't find the Chinese ambassador. What kind of people were the people around the Chinese ambassador? How powerful were they? Since when were the people sent by the Chinese side so powerful? They were so powerful that he couldn't sit still. We also find it unbelievable. After all, the people sent by Ruilala weren't elites. It's normal for them to fail. However, the people we sent out were the elites of the military group, and even they lost track of them. Leader Cultivation, the people around the Chinese ambassador are more powerful than we thought. The situation of the new government official was much better than that of Ruilala's subordinate. Although he was also reporting bad news, Cultivation, the leader of the new government of the neighboring country, would not pull out his gun and shoot. He secretly wiped the fine hair on his forehead and said softly, "General Wu Wainu is very angry." He ordered his men to block the sentry posts outside the city. No one is allowed to leave. In the city, the war between the old government and the new government was not over. The whole city was locked down, and even the civilians couldn't leave. They could only stay at home. Only this city was locked down, and no one was allowed to leave. The other cities did not implement this. The civilians who were afraid of war fled with their families, not daring to stay in their homes that were destroyed by artillery fire. The new government and the old government knew that the Chinese ambassador had not left the city, but so what? They didn't know where the Chinese ambassador was hiding. For the neighboring country, this was definitely a disgraceful thing. The Chinese ambassador was in their country, in the city, but they didn't know where he was. It was too embarrassing. Cultivation also felt embarrassed, but this matter was handled by General Wu Wainu. He couldn't interfere too much in case General Wu Wainu misunderstood that he was questioning the ability of the military group. But what if the Chinese ambassador left and returned to China? There was a Chinese saying, "There is no turning back." They had already made up their minds and did not regret the decision they had made. If the Chinese ambassador discovered their intentions and told the Chinese leaders, the diplomatic relations between the neighboring countries and China were not so friendly. "We will follow your arrangements, General Wu Wainu. The new government will continue to cooperate fully." Cultivation thanked General Wu Wainu, who was close to the Western nation. The new policies and the military were inseparable, and they absolutely could not clash. Since they were both working for a common goal, it was natural to maintain the relationship between both sides. The old government and the new government did not give up on searching for the Chinese ambassador. They fired and sent people to search for him. Yi Qian, who had been sleeping on the bed, was woken up by the gunshot. She leaped up from the bed and quickly rushed to the window. Her slender fingers gently lifted a corner of the heavy curtains. The entire city was in chaos. Even their slums, which were located at the edge of the city and not far from the suburbs, were affected. Chapter 23:13. There was a knock on the door. Yi Qian gently put down the curtains and walked to the door. She heard J5 say in a low voice, "Open the door, it's us." The door opened and J5, K7, Shuang, Xianxia, and V8 walked in one after another. All 5 of them had serious expressions and their eyes were dark. It was obvious that they were not optimistic about the current situation. Everyone underestimated Ruilala's madness. He has already started a civil war on a large scale. The entire neighboring country has fallen into a civil war on a larger scale than 1994. Sitting down, Qin Xiu's elegant and handsome face was dark and gloomy. Even the habitual gentle smile at the corner of his mouth had disappeared. He might have known that he would be defeated, and before he died, he dragged the new policies of the neighboring country down with him. Our current situation is the worst that I had imagined. His gaze slowly swept across the faces of the special forces in front of him and slowly stopped on Yi Qian's face. He stared at her deeply. I actually had a call with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the early morning. Ruilala's existence is a threat to our country. He dared to instigate a rebellion because he has the support of the Western hegemonic countries. He has enough ammunition and military support behind him. Therefore, he must be eliminated. He must not be allowed to contact any of the neighboring countries' armed forces. Especially the new policy. The new policy has always wanted to gain the support of the Western hegemonic countries. If the Western hegemonic countries want the new policy and the old policy to work together, the combined forces of both sides will further democratize the entire country. This is not necessarily a good thing for our country. V8 seemed to have thought of something and nodded in understanding. What you said to Yi Qian in the car before was actually a warning to us in advance, right? In the car, he told Yi Qian that the other half of his responsibility was to see the new policy and the old policy cross-fire again. In fact, it was not a last-minute decision made during the negotiation, but a joint decision made with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the early morning. V8 was completely convinced by the courage and insight of the diplomat in front of him, who was no less than a soldier. With Qin Xiu's explanation, J5, Shuang, and K7 didn't look as worried anymore. J5 even smiled and said, "As long as our country has a plan, we'll be fine. Right now, we just need to leave this place safely and gather with our other comrades." Qin Xiu had never asked about the military's arrangements. He didn't know where the other special forces soldiers were or what they were doing. Out of curiosity, he didn't ask. Just like how the special forces protecting him did not ask about his arrangements with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, these were all secrets of their respective professions. Outside the room, there was a series of thuds. It sounded like something was hitting the wooden floor. It came from afar until it finally stopped outside the room. The J5 in the room said in a low voice, "It's the sound of the shop owner. It should be the things we asked for." Just as he finished speaking, the owner of the motorcycle repair shop hissed, "Everything you need is here. Come down and have a look." After the innkeeper finished speaking, he left without waiting for a response. When Yi Qian heard this, he understood that the innkeeper was also a person who could not walk. There seemed to be a lot of people who could not walk in Linzhou, both men and women. J5 walked away. V8 smiled and said, "He's pretty good. No wonder we took such a long detour to find him." He was referring to the shop owner. After leaving for a while, J5 came back. "Everything is here. Come down and have a look. Ambassador, come down and have a look." This was an inconspicuous motorcycle repair shop. The outside was as run down as a house in the slums. However, when they walked in, they realized that it was a completely different world. Chapter 23:14. J5 led Yi Jian downstairs to the basement of the small building. After passing through a dim underground passage, she turned right and saw a snow-white light in front of her. It gave her the illusion that she was at the entrance to heaven from hell. Compared to the darkness of the building, the light in the basement where the guns were placed was so white that it was somewhat blinding. Yi Jian saw the owner of the shop. He was a middle-aged man whose right leg was broken and his pants were tied in a knot. He was slovenly dressed. Although the middle-aged man was disabled, he had a pair of eagle-like eyes. His gaze gave off an inexplicable sense of eeriness. 6 submachine guns, 6 pistols, each with 3 magazines. You, compare the numbers yourselves. Come out and tell me. The gun testing room is next door. There aren't many bullets. Try your gun sparingly. The owner with damaged vocal cords spoke slowly and limped away with his cane. When he passed by Yi Jian, he suddenly turned back to look at her. Yi Jian noticed his gaze and immediately turned back to look at him. He did not expect to be caught by Yi Jian the moment he turned back. After a short pause, he looked into Yi Jian's eyes. His eagle-like eyes flashed with a strange light. You are very beautiful. He did not offend or flirt with Yi Jian. His voice was low and hoarse, as if he was reminiscing about something. He sounded a little sad. Yi Jian did not know how to answer for a moment. Finally, he nodded slightly. Thank you. He has a daughter. When she was 10 years old, she was burned to ashes by artillery fire. J5 handed an American-made submachine gun to Yi Jian. Before his daughter died in the explosion, he had about 4,000 soldiers under his command. After his daughter was killed, he disbanded the 4,000 soldiers and went to seek revenge on Ruilala alone. Unfortunately, he didn't get his revenge. Instead, he lost a leg. After recovering from his injury, he became the biggest arms dealer in this area. He's a man of his word. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Xianxia here to stay. The man didn't seem to understand English. When he saw Yi Jian take the gun, he nodded very lightly as if to show his appreciation. Yi Jian did not look at him again. He lifted the gun with both hands to check if it was okay. As he lifted his hand, the silver wire wrapped around his wrist flashed a silver light under the snow-white light. Behind him, the man who had not left said, "You better not show the silver wire in your hand to us and the Sun Island." Yi Jian, who didn't understand the language of the neighboring country, realized that the man who hadn't left was talking to him. He looked at the J5 who had been communicating with him in the neighboring country's language. J5 was looking at the silver wire in Yi Jian's hand. He always thought that it was Yi Jian's favorite silver jewelry. He didn't expect that it was actually a self-defense weapon. Seeing Yi Jian's questioning look, J5 pointed to the silver wire on her wrist. He said that you'd better not show the silver wire on your wrist easily when you arrive at the neighboring countries and the Japanese island. Yi Jian was shocked. He turned around and looked at the man with his dark, clear eyes. You know where it came from? J5 translated. The man nodded. His dark lips, which had been smoking all year round, moved slowly. I know. It's very powerful. It's very good that you have it. This time, he didn't speak the neighboring country's language. He replied in broken Chinese, pausing every word. Here, it's best not to show it. It's not good. The Silver Wire Summer team had investigated its origin before, but they didn't find anything. A few years later, they didn't expect that an unremarkable arms dealer would recognize it at a glance. Yi Jian was shocked, but at the same time, he became vigilant. Chapter 23:15. You're going back to China. You, come with me. the man said in a hoarse voice as he limped out of the basement with his crutches. When he suddenly said, "Back to China," J5's expression did not change. Yi Qian and the others' expressions turned cold. V8 even raised the gun in his hand. J5 pressed down on V8's hand and stared at the man's back as he slowly walked away. He said to Yi Qian, "He doesn't mean any harm. Yi Qian, go with him and see what's going on. His name is Kun Dan. You can call him by his name." Anyone who knew Kun Dan knew that not only was Kun Dan good at keeping secrets, but he also never chatted with the customers who came to him. If the customers wanted guns and ammunition, he would provide them. The guns were good and the money was clear. He would continue to live in this motorcycle repair shop that few people would come to. Yi Qian did not trust the man, but he trusted J5. He nodded and stepped forward to catch up with the man who had a strange expression and behavior. "Let's go test the guns first." J5 waited for Yi Qian to pass through the dim underground passage before he said to V8 and the others, "Hurry up. I'll go take a look. I'm a bit worried." V8's thick eyebrows furrowed. "You test the guns with them. Trust me, brother. Yi Qian will be fine." J5 smiled and patted his comrade's shoulder. "I can guess why Kun Dan said Yi Qian is very beautiful. Yi Qian's eyes are a bit like his daughter's. I've seen his daughter's picture." Xianxia was also very worried. Someone who could provide firearms, even if one of his legs was disabled, was still a dangerous person. "Ambassador, let's test the guns first. Don't worry, I promise that Yi Qian will be fine." J5 had already seen Yi Qian walk out of the basement just now. Even an excellent diplomat like them subconsciously took a small step forward, intending to follow him. He smiled and said, "Although he's a dangerous person, he can guarantee the safety of all the customers who come here to take guns." Shuang had already finished checking the numbers. They took the pile of lethal weapons and entered the gun testing room. It was a very professional shooting room. Xianxia put on his earmuffs, held the gun in a very standard posture, and fired a bullet. Not bad, there was a bullet hole in the target. Xianxia turned back to look at his side. He had a faint smile on his face. He had held the gun and tried it out, but these special forces soldiers had checked the inside and out of the gun before they started shooting. Bang 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 bang, the few of them finished shooting at the same time. The sound of the gunshots was so loud that he could hear it even with his earmuffs. After the pistol test, the few of them picked up the micro guns at the same time. His movements were so neat that it was as if he had practiced it thousands of times and could maintain the same movement without any communication. Bang 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 bang, compared to his serious shooting, the special forces soldiers' shooting was much more casual. When they picked up their guns, they didn't even see how they aimed before the bullets were fired. This was the difference between him and them. As the saying went, every field has its own specialization. Outside, Yi Qian saw Kun Dan use an iron hook to hook open a manhole cover. He turned his head and pointed down. Without saying anything, he went down first. Yi Qian pursed his lips, took a light breath, and slowly followed him down. Under the manhole cover was a simple ladder welded with steel bars. Although Kun Dan only had one leg, his arm strength was quite impressive. He used one leg to climb up the ladder. The seemingly inconspicuous motorcycle repair shop was full of surprises. Under the manhole cover was a complicated underground air raid shelter that was warm in winter and cool in summer. Kun Dan lived here and had everything he needed. Yi Qian walked in and stood at the exit. He didn't walk in immediately. Chapter 23:16. J5 said that Kun Dan meant no harm, but since he knew about Silver Thread's background, it was better to be cautious. "Sit." Kun Dan pointed at a leather sofa that was neither new nor old. He walked into another bomb shelter as if he didn't see Yi Qian standing at the exit. When he came out, he had a common black plastic bag in his hand. He said to Yi Qian, "It's not easy for you guys to escape. The leaders of Ruilala, New Deal, military group, and a few ethnic armed forces are looking for you. Kuan Dan's Mandarin was not fluent, and his vocal cords were damaged. When he spoke, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. It took him twice as long to finish a sentence compared to a normal person. Yi Qian was a very vigilant person. When he suddenly said these words, a fierce look flashed across her eyes. She looked at Kuan Dan quietly and pursed her lips slightly. She remained silent and did not respond to what he said. "You're so beautiful." Kuan Dan, who was looking into Yi Qian's eyes, suddenly said this. His voice was hoarse and slightly sorrowful. He had been looking into Yi Qian's eyes the whole time. It was as if he was trying to recall another person's face through Yi Qian's eyes. Could it be that she looked like an old friend of his? Yi Qian couldn't figure out what he was thinking. She lowered her eyes slightly and replied with a faint smile, "Thank you for your compliment." "You're welcome. What I said was the truth. Qian, your eyes are the most beautiful." Kuan Dan put his walking stick aside and opened the black plastic bag with both hands. He took out a stack of photos and slowly selected them before handing them to Yi Qian. "Look at them. They're all people who want to look for you guys." "I know." Yi Qian was shocked when she took a look at the photos. These people were all faces that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had asked her to remember when she was in China. And now, Kuan Dan said that these people were looking for them. How did he know? Yi Qian concealed the sharpness in her eyes and asked politely without showing it on her face, "Mr. Kuan Dan, how did you know that these people were looking for us?" Yi Qian didn't want to admit their identities at first, but Kuan Dan was clearly aware of their identities and had deliberately reminded him. Yi Qian didn't sense any malice from the beginning to the end. He asked, "Other than knowing that they're looking for us, what else do you know? Many of them don't want you to leave. Clichin, the new government, does not want to. He wants to stop you and let Ruilala suffer." Although Kuan Dan spoke intermittently, the amount of information that was revealed was enough to make Yi Qian's heart sink. He looked at Kuan Dan with a cold and sharp gaze. Just now, Qin Xiu only mentioned that Ruilala would attack crazily, but he didn't mention anything about the new policies. And now, Kundan was telling him that the new policy was actually so despicable. They took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and frame Ruilala. The temperature in Yi Qian's eyes dropped rapidly. They were so cold that they were like a ball of snow that never melted. He exuded a chilling aura. "Mr. Kuan Dan, how do you know so much?" "I'm a businessman. I have a lot of information. Someone sold me." "I know when the news comes out," Kuan Dan said calmly. "I'm telling you that it's very difficult to leave. It's even more difficult to leave alive. You can listen to my arrangements. It'll be easier." The entire city was locked down. All vehicles were banned. Even motorcycles were not allowed to pass. It was very, very difficult to leave alive under such circumstances. Chapter 23:17. Yi Qian was a little tempted, but she didn't trust Kuan Dan. However, she didn't mind listening to his arrangements first. She asked politely, "Mr. Kuan Dan, can you tell me about your arrangements now?" Then she would go back and discuss it with her comrades to see if it was feasible. Kuan Dan was experienced and could naturally see Yi Qian's concerns. He didn't feel much about it. He only felt that the girl's eyes, especially when they were fierce, resembled his daughter begging him to take her out to play. Her watery eyes were like burning stars when she wasn't satisfied. Just like the Chinese girl in front of him, bright, sparkling, and exceptionally beautiful. Kuan Dan, who had deep memories in his eyes, didn't bicker with Yi Qian. He couldn't bear to bicker with those lively and beautiful eyes. If his daughter was still alive, she would be almost 20 years old. Map, motorcycles. Leave. Go this way. It's safe. He took out a waterproof map from a black plastic bag. There were many routes marked on it with a red fountain pen. This was a map that Kun Dan often used. It was also the route that his side used to transport firearms. Yi Qian, who didn't know why Kun Dan was helping them, narrowed his eyes when he saw the map. Kun Dan was an arms dealer. J5 only had a business relationship with him. Why would he risk his life to help them? He was from Lin, and they were the Chinese that Lin's new policies wanted to eliminate. Yi Jian felt a little uneasy about accepting his help. She also felt very uneasy. Kun Dan only looked into Yi Qian's eyes. As for what she was thinking, he didn't consider it at all. He also didn't think that what he was doing now was equivalent to going against the new policies. Yi Qian didn't understand, but Kun Dan knew very well why he was helping this group of Chinese people. He knew very well. There are 4 checkpoints in the city. You guys, from here. He pointed at the map with a finger covered in black grease. He immediately looked up and stared unblinkingly into Yi Qian's eyes. On the mountain, there are secret routes for illegal immigration and drug trafficking. It's much safer than other places. You guys, get on your motorcycles and rush out. He pointed out a secret route for Yi Qian. It was a secret route used by drug and arms dealers. Finally, he told Yi Qian where he could enter Chinese territory. Yi Qian felt that the map in her hand was a little heavy. She pursed her lips and said softly, "Thank you. You're welcome. This is my daughter. Look." Kun Dan took out a picture from his pocket. His hands were dirty, and there was grease between his fingers, but the picture in his pocket was clean like a new one. Actually, this was a photo from 10 years ago. The date was very clear at the bottom right corner of the photo. Yi Qian looked at the little girl in the photo. She looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she was holding a big cotton candy in her hand. She gave the camera an innocent and sweet smile. "Your eyes are very similar, my daughter, very similar. Looking at your eyes, I finally remember what my daughter's eyes look like." He spoke in broken Chinese with a strange accent, but it didn't stop Yi Qian from hearing the sadness in his voice. An arms dealer right in front of her with tears in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Qian finally understood why he kept looking at her eyes. It turned out that it was all because he thought her eyes looked like the little girl in the photo. Even though she couldn't tell how her eyes looked like his daughter's, Yi Qian said softly, "Yes, they do look very similar." Chapter 23:18. It's very bright, like a star. It's beautiful. Kun Dan carefully took back the photo. In his heart, Xiaoxiao's photo was the most expensive, beautiful, and priceless treasure in the world. No other treasure could be compared to this photo. Because this photo was the only photo of his daughter, and it was worth protecting with his life. Kun Dan put away the photos of the other people on the table and only looked at Yi Qian's eyes. He coughed softly and said, "People of the Meng clan don't like fighting and xenophobia, but it's safe. You can go there, very good, but be careful." Yi Qian was very grateful that Kun Dan's eyes looked like his daughter's and gave her a precious kindness. She couldn't take the map away, so she took a pen and spread out a piece of white paper. Yi Qian drew the route and the villages that Kun Dan mentioned. Actually, she didn't know if this route would lead them to the rendezvous point with G3, but it was better than nothing. If the plan changed, they could go back to China according to Kun Dan's route. It took Yi Qian more than 10 minutes to finish writing. She checked it carefully again and then walked out of the bomb shelter with Kun Dan, who was waiting patiently for her. Xianxia and the others had been waiting in the basement for about 15 minutes. They were relieved when they saw Yi Qian return. Xianxia walked to her and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "No, he showed me a few photos to remind me to be careful. They are all faces that I remember in China." Yi Qian quietly looked at Kun Dan, who was finishing the deal with J5. She lowered her eyes and whispered to Xianxia, "He's really good. He even showed me a map that could lead us to our country and asked us to leave by motorcycle. I'll discuss it with them when I get back to my room and see if it's feasible. J5 was surprised and said to Kundan in the language of the neighboring country, motorcycle? I didn't order a motorcycle in my list. He was checking the list with Kundan, but there were 3 motorcycles in Kundan's list. But he didn't order one. He still had to bring the gun back to China to use. It was not worth it to buy a motorcycle and then abandon it after one trip in the neighboring country. There were a lot of motorcycles that had been thrown to the side during the battle. When the time came, all they had to do was to steal a few of them. Just like today, after abandoning the car, the motorcycles they were riding on were picked up from the side of the street. Many motorcycles were abandoned outside. It didn't matter if they had the keys or not. It was not a problem for the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade. Now that he had it, there was no need for him to resort to underhanded methods. Kuan Dan replied. Perhaps she had mentioned Yi Qian. J5 turned to look at Yi Qian, who was talking to Xianxia, and said to Kuan Dan solemnly, "Thank you very much." Because of Yi Qian, Kundan promised to give them 3 motorcycles with full gas for free to help them leave. Is it because my friend and your daughter have similar eyes? J5 asked with a sigh. In return, he nodded without hesitation. That pair of eagle-like eyes flashed with a very bright light. You also think, her eyes, look like my daughter's. That's right, her eyes are exactly the same as my daughter's. Switching to the language of her own country, although Kuan Dan spoke slowly, she was much more fluent. If my daughter was still here, she would be, almost the same. Thank you very much for your generosity. J5 thanked him again. Kuan Dan was a strange person. He had a lot of resources in his hands, but he never took the initiative to help others. The buyer paid, and he supplied the goods. No one knew each other when they walked out of this place. Chapter 23:19. But today, because of Yi Qian, he had made an exception. Not only did he provide them with motorcycles, but he also provided them with a secret route for the arms and drugs trade. For them, this was exactly what they needed. When they came out of the basement, they heard sporadic gunshots nearby, but the gunshots in the center of the city were still intense. When they returned to Yi Qian's room, J5 asked Yi Qian to take out the road map that he had prepared earlier. He then took out the city map for reference. The map was drawn on white paper that was neither waterproof nor fireproof, so Yi Qian was extra careful when he took it out. He was afraid that he would tear it. Start from the auto repair shop and walk along the west side of the city. This way, we can avoid the old government and the new government. J5's finger gently traced the road map that Yi Qian had drawn, then he looked at the city map and said solemnly, "The route that Kuan Dan gave us is a secret route for the arms and drugs trade. It's much safer than the route that I had prepared earlier. The route that he pointed out is the same as the one that we left the city in, so it's much faster to leave the city. The way back to China is also very short. If we don't need to meet up with our comrades, the route that he pointed out is indeed a good way to get back to China. Unfortunately, we can't choose to go back to China." In the end, they needed to meet up with their comrades, not go back to China directly. Therefore, they could only use half of the route that Kuan Dan had pointed out. The rest of the route remained the same. It's much more convenient to have motorcycles. If everything goes well, we will arrive at the Shan village around 2:00 in the morning. The village is semi-sealed. Together with several nearby villages, there is an armed force of about 100 people. We need to bypass them and enter the mountain. It will take us about 3 hours to reach the helicopter landing point. The airport in the neighboring country had been closed, and the traffic in the city had been paralyzed. Driving a car was much better than riding a motorcycle. After replanning the route, J5 smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Kuan Dan only provides weapons, but never transportation. Thanks to Yi Qian, he provided us with 3 motorcycles, so we don't have to go outside to get one." Yi Qian looked at the sky above the city, which was gradually being covered by darkness. The sporadic gunshots were much louder than during the day, and the sound waves when the bullets were fired were much wider. Wouldn't it make more noise when they drove motorcycles at night? At that time, wouldn't he become the center of attention? She voiced out her concerns. Night is also a good time for an ambush. After a period of rest, the battle at night will come at any time. This is our chance to leave, J5 explained with a smile. If the battle hasn't started, we can't leave for the time being. Yi Qian understood. She only thought that since the gunshots outside were getting softer and softer, it would be even quieter at night. She did not think that night was a better time to fight than day. This meant that Kun Dan was trustworthy. Yi Qian did not trust Kundan, but she trusted her comrades. There was one more important thing that he had to tell them. A shameful conspiracy about the New Deal. Kundan told me that the New Deal wants to take the opportunity to get rid of us and frame Ruilila. Xianxia, do you want to contact the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Tell the country about the shameless schemes of the New Deal? Yi Qian knew what kind of reaction his comrades would have after he said those words. After he finished speaking, he watched quietly. Her comrades were like her. Their eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent, and their gazes were as sharp as knives. But they controlled their emotions very well and turned to look at Xianxia. Chapter 23:20. It was up to their diplomats to decide whether or not they needed to inform the country immediately. Xianxia wasn't very angry. He accepted it calmly and said, General Wu Wainu of the neighboring country's military group has a deep grudge with Ruilila. Even if the new Klichin wants to do something, he has to consider the influence of the international community and doesn't dare to take action. General Wu Wainu can do it. He has people and power. He can also use this opportunity to ruin Ruilila's reputation. He won't let go of such an opportunity. I previously guessed that he would use this opportunity to take action, but I still denied it. Now it seems that Ruilila isn't the only crazy one. Wu Wainu is also one of them. It had been the case since ancient times that foreign countries didn't kill their ambassadors. It was even more so now. Other than those terrorists who dared to do it, as a country, they absolutely couldn't kill another country's ambassador. They would be reviled by the whole world. Some countries might even break off diplomatic relations with the neighboring country. However, the neighboring country's situation was different. There was a civil war. If the Chinese ambassador died, they could only express regret and apologies. They didn't want that either. J5 laughed coldly. We will make them pay for their shamelessness. He then asked Xianxia, do we need to inform the country? Yes. If something really happens to me, our country can respond immediately. Facing death, Xianxia smiled calmly and said, whether I die or not, the neighboring country will pay for their conspiracy. Xianxia was referring to the foreign trade between the two countries. J5 was referring to the actions of G3. V8, K7, and Shuang didn't say anything, but the murderous intent in their eyes was as cold as an arrow. As a hot-blooded soldier, they absolutely couldn't stand the neighboring country's shameless conspiracy that didn't care about the Chinese country. Our country is weak and has no status. Our country has kept a low profile for so long, it's time for us to slowly raise our heads. Xianxia said softly. That elegant and handsome face revealed a cold sharpness that changed the entire temperament of a cultured person, becoming very strong. It's time to slowly raise its head. His words touched the hearts of the hot-blooded soldiers. They clenched their fists and loosened them. It will be fine. Everything will be fine. They had grown up in this era and served this era. They had witnessed the burdens of China when it was weak, and at the same time, they had witnessed the majesty of China when it was strong. There was a song that went like this: the great Chinese side will invite congratulations from all sides. They were looking forward to this day. As the sky gradually darkened, the sporadic gunshots outside seemed to have stopped. The few of them gathered in a room and quietly waited for night to come. The day of war was very difficult for the civilians to endure. Listening to the gunshots and screams, they felt that every hour that passed was like an entire day. But to the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade, they weren't afraid of gunfire. To them, time was just a matter of taking turns to be on guard for an hour. In the blink of an eye, it would be dark. At 5:00 in the afternoon, at an inland river not far from the slums, several soldiers in military uniforms were commanding the civilians living by the river to pull out 2 motorcycles from the river with manpower and tractors. The military group expanded the search area and found 2 civilians using a tractor to tie a rope, trying to throw out a motorcycle that had fallen into the river. At the side of the road, there was also a motorcycle that had been salvaged. At this time, not many civilians had the courage to walk outside. In order to save their lives, they all hid here and didn't walk outside. The actions of these 2 people attracted the attention of the soldiers from the neighboring country who were searching. Chapter 23-21. After interrogating them with guns, they found out that the 2 men had gone to the river a few hours ago to collect the net. They found that the net was entangled by something heavy and could not be pulled up no matter how hard they tried. The other man saw that the sky was getting darker and darker, so he jumped into the river to see what was going on. When he touched the water, he was so happy that he immediately swam ashore. In the neighboring country, not everyone could own a motorcycle. At the very least, one needed to have a certain amount of money to own a motorcycle. However, there were actually 2 motorcycles in their fishing net. They salvaged one and were about to salvage the second one, when they were surrounded by armed soldiers. They did not even need to be tortured. They just needed to be asked and they confessed honestly. There were not only 2 motorcycles, but 3 in total. 3 motorcycles. It's very likely that they were left behind by the Chinese ambassador's people. The Chinese side sent 5 staff members to accompany the ambassador. Including the Chinese ambassador, there are 6 people in total. 3 motorcycles are just right. General Wu Weinu, the highest authority of the neighboring country's military group, held a large cigar in his hand. His voice was cold and fierce as he slowly passed down the order. Surround the area. Don't alarm them. Search slowly. We will find them tonight. General Wu Weinu was addicted to smoking. He smoked 4 or 5 cigars a day. His stubby fingers and middle fingers were smoky yellow from the smoke. Even his fingernails were smoky yellow. He was not tall and had a typical short stature. However, he had the ruthlessness of a soldier, which was intimidating. With his orders, Klitschin, the leader of the new government, even sat more lazily. The string in his heart was loosened, and the heavy stone pressing down on him was gone. He naturally felt more relaxed. The sky was very dark. It was so dark that it was as thick as ink. There was not even a single star in the sky. The city with the power cut was completely shrouded in darkness. Everywhere was dark. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. There was a sense of despair everywhere. A young son was afraid of the dark. He hid in the arms of an adult and cried. Tears still hung on his eyelashes as he fell asleep. Children fell asleep without knowing anything, but adults did not dare. They kept their eyes wide open and guarded their homes, afraid that someone would come in with a gun and hurt their family. After dinner, Yi Qian and the others were doing the final inspection of their equipment. Kun Dan stood on the second floor of the wooden house, his hawk-like eyes quietly watching the guests who were preparing to leave. Those who could find him for firearms were people who knew his rules. Just like these few people from the Chinese side, he knew their identities the moment they walked into his repair shop. The Chinese were here to get the firearms and needed to leave immediately. Other than one of them who had an elegant temperament, the rest of them walked in and exuded a fierce aura. He knew they were all soldiers. Coupled with the news from the old regime, the new regime, and the Allied army, he did not need to think too much to know the identities of these people. Now, they had to leave. The girl whose eyes were the most similar to her daughter also needed to leave. Kundan's purplish lips were pressed tightly together. Leaning on his walking stick, he slowly turned around and left. War made people despair and turned them into abominable demons. V8 pulled open the seat cushion and was about to insert the bullet when two submachine guns came into view in the dim flashlight. V8 raised his head and looked in the direction of the second floor in surprise. What he saw was Kundan's back as he left. "Brother, look under the cushion," he whispered to J5 and Shuang, who were inspecting their equipment. "I have two more submachine guns under this car." Yi Qian was sorting the magazines one by one. When he heard this, he stood up with two magazines in his hands. He heard Shuang whisper, "I have some here too. There are also two pistols under the fuel tank." Chapter 23-22. There were two submachine guns and two pistols under the cushions of the three modified motorcycles. These were the extra guns that Kundan had given them. Yi Qian picked up the submachine gun that Kundan had given them. It was an Uzi 9mm submachine gun. When the stock was unfolded, it was only 460mm long. When the stock was folded to the right, it was only 250mm long. It had a muzzle velocity of 350 meters per second and a firing rate of 1,250 rounds per minute. That was equivalent to 21 rounds per second. This type of submachine gun was most suitable for sitting on a motorcycle and firing directly. It was light and fast, and could fire in an instant. It was a grade higher than the German submachine gun that J5 had ordered. Yi Qian put the submachine gun back on the cushion and turned to J5. "I'll go and thank Kundan." "Of course, Kundan. He made an exception for us again." J5 nodded slightly. If Yi Qian hadn't taken the initiative to mention it, he would have done the same. Kundan is a loner, but many people are willing to work with him. He has a good character and abides by some unspoken rules. You don't have to feel burdened. This was to tell Yi Qian that Kundan was a trustworthy arms dealer. Qin Xiu, who couldn't get involved in the inspection of the guns, said in a low voice, "I'll go with you." "Okay." Yi Qian handed the two magazines in his hand to J5 and quickly walked up to the second floor with Qin Xiu. Kundan thought that she had a pair of eyes similar to his daughter's. The extra weapons were exactly what they needed, so she should say, "Thank you." Kundan was a little surprised that Yi Qian came, but it was obvious that he was very happy to see Yi Qian. After he heard what Yi Qian said, he got up from his chair with the help of his crutches and limped over to Yi Qian. This somewhat famous arms dealer only looked into Yi Qian's eyes. After a while, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Can I touch your eyes?" He looked at Yi Qian expectantly. Even when he asked carefully, afraid that Yi Qian would reject him. A slightly famous arms dealer like Kundan could be very forceful when it came to what he wanted. However, when it came to Yi Qian, who had a pair of eyes that resembled his daughter's, this arms dealer who was known as the Fierce Bandit was just a father who missed his daughter dearly. He let go of his identity and forgot that he was just an ordinary father. Yi Qian didn't refuse. She knew that she couldn't bear to refuse when tears welled up in his eagle-like eyes. Because she understood Kundan's feelings too well. He had lost his daughter, and she had lost her mother and father. When she was young, she saw Sun Dongqing, who resembled her mother. Even though Sun Dongqing hated her and scolded her, she missed her mother and still approached her again and again. Yi Qian did not know what kind of person Kundan was, nor did he know what he had been through. At this moment, he only knew that the person standing in front of him was just an ordinary father. She nodded gently and said, "Okay." Kundan, who was standing in front of her, was so excited that his purple lips were trembling. The fingers that covered her eyes were rough and filled with the smell of engine oil. His fingers were trembling violently, but he didn't stop for long. After a short caress, Kundan retracted his hand. Yi Qian, who had her eyes closed, could still hear him sigh heavily. "Thank you." When she reached the door, she heard Kun Dan's choked voice behind her. Yi Qian didn't turn around. When he opened his eyes and turned his back to her, Yi Qian knew that this arms dealer didn't want others to see his weakness. Chapter 23-23. It didn't take long. 5 minutes later, Yi Qian and Qin Xiu came down together. They nodded slightly to their comrades waiting for them, expressing their gratitude to Kundan. J5 and the others had already finished their pre-battle preparations. When they saw Yi Qian coming down, they asked her if she wanted to be the rider or the shooter. Yi Qian's flying skills during the day had once again refreshed everyone's understanding of her. J5 had already taken it for granted that Yi Qian would definitely know how to ride a motorcycle. "Either is fine, but I don't have actual combat experience," Yi Qian replied with a smile. She could ride a car or a motorcycle. During her training, Captain Xia had reminded her that there were not only field battles on land, but also urban battles. Motorcycles were one of the city's transportation tools. As a special forces soldier, she had to learn how to ride one. She never objected to his suggestions. She had also learned how to ride a motorcycle when she was learning how to drive a car. "You will be the shooter before the breakout. You will be the rider after the breakout," J5 calmly arranged. This time, Qin Xiu naturally couldn't be with Yi Qian. He was in the same car as V8. J5 and K7 were the riders. Yi Qian and Shuang would break through and bring up the rear. As the sky darkened, the vicinity of the repair shop became exceptionally quiet. It was as quiet as death. There was no sound at all. The slums on the west side of the city weren't the focal point of the war. The occasional sporadic gunshots didn't affect anything. However, the overly quiet outside was so quiet that it made people feel anxious. The atmosphere around the inland river 5 kilometers away from the slums was even more tense. The armed military of the neighboring country had already searched the area thoroughly. They didn't even let go of the fishermen's homes who lived by the river. In the end, they didn't find the person they were looking for. At this time, 3 hours had passed since the motorcycle was found, but there was no progress at all. When Klitschin heard that there was no progress from the military, he was furious but helpless. At 7:30 p.m., Ruilala ordered all the armed forces of the old regime to launch the largest attack. The neighboring country soldiers sent by the military to search the inland river left as quickly as possible. They were no longer blocking the river. Klitschin immediately sent the police to take over the search. They no longer searched along the inland river, but expanded the search area. When Kun Dan received the news that the military had suddenly sealed off the inland river, he knew that something bad was going to happen. He hurried out of his room with his crutches. His footsteps sounded urgent, and Yi Qian and the others, who were waiting downstairs, could not help but look up. J5 and Shui Ying's expressions changed drastically upon hearing Kundan's words. Yi Qian didn't know what he said, but the sudden change in her comrade's expressions made her heart sink. Before he could ask, Shuang said in a low voice, 3 hours ago, the military of the neighboring country found the motorcycles we threw into the inland river. They started a search in the vicinity of the inland river and just withdrew their troops. Once the military left, the police who sealed off the news expanded their search area. We are only 5 kilometers away from the inland river. The police could come at any time. As soon as Shuang finished speaking, the old regime fired the first shot at the new regime. With a boom, it was like a raging flood rushing out of a dam and wreaking havoc in the entire city. Yi Qian, who had a slightly gloomy expression, gradually smiled when she heard the sound of the gunfire. The military left in a hurry because the old regime had already opened fire. The police came too late. She looked at her comrades with a smile. We should go. That's right. We should go. J5, who had finished communicating with Kun Dan, turned his head and smiled at his comrades. The police came too late. Chapter 23-24. For the Snowfield Brigade members, who were good at fighting at night, it didn't matter even if the police came. Before leaving, Yi Qian bowed slightly to Kundan, who had helped them a lot, to show his gratitude. Kundan smiled. He seemed to see his own daughter smiling at him. The night battle in the city was even scarier than during the day. The dense gunshots and the rumbling of gunfire shook every corner of the city, making all the residents tremble. For the civilians, the gunfire that broke the peace made them feel even more hopeless. They wanted to escape, but the military forbade them from leaving. If they didn't escape, the gunfire would start at their doorstep, and their lives would be in danger. They had no choice but to stay at home and listen to the terrifying gunfire. The entire city was shrouded in despair. Even the air became extremely suffocating. It was as if there was despair everywhere. Yi Qian and the others didn't stay any longer. Since the war had begun, it was time for them to leave. At that moment, the Lingguo police had parked their motorcycles outside the slums and set up barriers at several exits, preventing anyone from entering or leaving the slums. We should have searched this area earlier. Maybe we've already found him. Keep your voice down. Even Clichin can't question General Wu Wainu's decisions. How many lives do you have to say such things? I'm not the only one who thinks so. A few of the squad leaders think so too. They should just fight their own battles. Why are they interfering with the city's affairs? A Lingguo police officer complained. There are gunshots and gunfire everywhere. We have to come out at night to look for him. What if, shut up. The police officer who was working with him interrupted his colleague. If he didn't interrupt him, he would have said something unpleasant. The police's search was much louder than the military's. They were all on motorcycles, and the alarms on their motorcycles had never been turned off. The woo-woo-woo sound had already alerted the residents of the slums and broken the peace there. The police came late, and not all exits were blocked. With Kundan's help, Yi Qian and the others rode their motorcycles around the narrow and complicated slums. Lingguo's transportation was already backward, and the slums were located on the west side of the city. Needless to say, the traffic was even worse. The roads were so narrow that even a car couldn't pass through. Not only was there the smell of gunpowder in the air, but there was also a foul stench. Garbage and excrement could be seen everywhere. The low bungalows, the messy world, and the passing of motorcycles made these people, who had been tortured by poverty, shudder with fear. They were afraid that the motorcycles would rush into their homes in the next second. The stench got thicker and thicker. The K7 at the front opened up a narrow path and saw a small black river. The stench came from this small river. Kundan told them to go from here, so they rushed to the east of the slums. From the east, they reached the wide road into the city. If not for Kundan's guidance, they would not have known that there was such a shortcut. Sit tight, Yi Qian. The K7 said in a low voice. He felt Yi Qian's arms around his waist. He sped up and the motorcycles rose into the air. With a loud boom, they rushed toward the other side of the small river. Yi Qian, who was sitting at the back, saw the situation on the road through his helmet. It was similar to the road they had just passed. It was narrow and uneven. On both sides of the road, there were bungalows with low roofs made of grass and tarps. If they were not careful, they could crash into one of the bungalows. Chapter 23-25. The motorcycle landed steadily. When the rear wheel touched the ground, Yi Qian bounced up and fell back down. The motorcycle didn't stop for even half a second, it continued to rush down. Yi Qian had already let go of K7's waist. She turned around and looked behind her. She saw J5's motorcycle flying over the river and landing steadily on the other side of the river. He caught up with her in the blink of an eye. Kundan's motorcycles were all modified, so they were as fast as racing cars. K7's motorcycle sped up to its maximum speed. With a whoosh sound, the motorcycle rushed out dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Before the civilians who heard the noise could react, the motorcycle left a trail of exhaust and disappeared. It didn't take long for them to escape from the slums. When they reached a wide road, the police who entered the slums already knew that 3 motorcycles were heading towards the slums in the east. Motorcycles found, 3 motorcycles found. 3 motorcycles found, heading towards the slums in the east. Block all routes in the east, block all routes in the east. The police from the neighboring country didn't find any trace of the 3 motorcycles, and they didn't know who was driving them. However, they were certain that the people who escaped from the slums were their targets. But after all, it was a battle between the old regime and the new regime. The police didn't dare to chase after the motorcycles with their sirens blaring as usual. After the new regime's General Cultivation and Wu Wainu found out, they only had one request: don't let the Chinese ambassador leave the city. The police on the west side of the city were mobilized. The east side of the city was filled with war. The new regime and the old regime were fighting to the death. Yi Qian and his men were fighting to the death with the neighboring country's police. With the cover of the artillery fire, the sound of the motorcycles was quickly drowned out by the sound of the war. It only brought a slight ripple to the night. Boom, boom, boom. Countless motorcycles chased after the 3 motorcycles that disappeared in front of their eyes. They were too fast, so fast that they didn't dare to chase after them. Yi Qian and K7 were the vanguard. V8 was protecting Xianxia in the middle. J5 and Snow Eagle were covering the back. The 3 motorcycles were like dragons, turning corners and rushing into another road. They didn't want to take the initiative to fight with the neighboring country's police. They wanted to find a way to get rid of the motorcycles that were chasing after them. But if they couldn't avoid them, then they would open fire. Can you confirm which outpost they plan to leave the city? Confirm and guard this outpost to the death. Cultivation's face darkened. He stood in front of the huge city map hanging on the wall and stared at the area where the Chinese ambassador appeared. Beside him was the police officer in charge of this operation. Hearing this, the officer said with some difficulty, "We can't confirm it for now. Now that the old government of Ruilala has launched a crazy attack, several of the city's outposts have been affected by the war. We can't confirm which outpost they will rush out from. Also." The police officer paused for a moment, then said, "Also, we suspect that the Chinese ambassador has received help from some people in the slums. Do you want to get help?" Once these civilians were enraged and colluded with the old regime, it would only make the situation of the new regime even more difficult. Chapter 23-26. After all, the civilians were his own country's citizens. In the midst of a civil war, the new government Cultivation was still afraid. Even if he wanted to clean up the slums, now was not the time. Moreover, his ultimate goal was to prevent the Chinese ambassador from returning to China to frame Ruilala. It was better not to complicate matters. Tell the pursuing officers to not worry about anything. In the end, Cultivation clearly told the police the purpose of the new government. The order was passed down. Even if Yi Qian did not want to fight with the neighboring country's police, it was impossible. Fighting could not be done blindly. It also required planning. The 3 motorcycles turned into a market filled with the smell of rotten fruit. Yi Qian and K7 were in the front. V8 and Xianxia were in the middle. J5 and Snow Eagle were in the back. Looking at this situation, I guess the entire city's police force has been mobilized. The entire city's police force has been mobilized to catch the 6 of us. V8 said coldly. There was an obvious coldness in his eyes. I really don't care about this place. Ungrateful things. J5's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Xianxia and said in a low voice, "Be careful with your words. Brother." It was fine as long as everyone knew. Why say it out loud? There was still a diplomat beside him. Xianxia understood as well. However, as a diplomat, it was not appropriate for him to say too much. No matter the situation, a diplomat had to be cautious and not easily criticize another country. Now that they have discovered that we are 3 motorcycles, the ambassador will be escorted away by Yi Qian. The 4 of us will lead the pursuers away. What do you think? J5 suggested. He was the leader of the operation team and played a decisive role in the entire journey. I will be responsible for leading them away. V8 will be responsible for escorting the ambassador. Yi Qian gave his opinion. V8 is familiar with the city. He can quickly find the route that Kun Dan has planned for us. As for me, although I know the route, I am still half a beat slower than V8. I suggest that V8 secretly escort the ambassador. Also, if possible, lead the police force to the war zone. I believe Ruilala will be happy to make the new government suffer heavy losses. The checkpoint we are going to is almost half of the city. We will have to pass through a few places with concentrated firepower. She suggested faintly, her light voice filled with bloodshed. Since they were so shameless, why should they think for the other party? In the end, a civil war would endanger the neighboring countries, not the Chinese. K7, who rarely spoke, agreed. I agree. I believe it will be very interesting. Yi Qian's suggestion struck a chord with his comrades. J5 raised his eyebrows. Sure, but we have to be careful ourselves. He was well aware of Yi Qian's combat ability. J5, who also wanted to teach the police a lesson, nodded in agreement. Then he turned to Xianxia and asked, Ambassador, what do you suggest? If not, then it's settled. Xianxia glanced at Yi Qian discreetly. He would listen to the arrangements made by the special forces. I don't have any suggestions, just follow the arrangements. Since he did not object to it, the matter was settled. V8 would then shoulder the heavy responsibility of secretly escorting Xianxia away. Before leaving, Yi Qian smiled at Xianxia. Then she left on the motorcycle without looking back. It was as if what she was about to face was not danger, but a journey that would allow her to indulge herself. Xianxia sighed softly. He wanted Yi Qian to stay, but he could not bring himself to say it. Ambassador, don't worry. Yi Qian is very capable. V8 heard his sigh and laughed. She will definitely come to meet us and return to China together. Chapter 23-27. Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, pursed his lips. This was the first time he asked about Yi Qian. You guys are close with Yi Qian, right? Are you guys in the same unit? He couldn't easily tell anyone about Yi Qian. V8 smiled. Not really. The last time we went to Pakistan, wasn't the ambassador there too? We also met Yi Qian that time. It's even more impossible to be in the same unit. She's also a military school student. But why do I feel like the ambassador is closer to Yi Qian? The change of topic was equivalent to telling Xianxia that he didn't want to talk about Yi Qian anymore. Xianxia stopped asking and replied with a faint smile, I met her once when she was in her 2nd year of high school. She had a bad sense of direction and had to trouble her to lead the way. We can't say we're close, just that we've met before. They weren't close, and the number of times they met was less than 5 times, but he was actually moved. So that's why. V8 understood. The sound of the motorcycles outside became fainter and fainter until only the sound of gunfire could be heard. V8, who knew that they had left, turned his head. As he spoke, he seemed to be biting something in his mouth. It's about time. V8 quickly left with Xianxia. Yi Qian's group went from 2 motorcycles to 4. 2 of the motorcycles were stolen from the motorcycle shop. The 4 of them moved left and right, suddenly turning and suddenly moving. First, they lured the police far away from Xianxia's hiding place. It's about time. K7, who was driving alongside her, made an OK sign. The two of them suddenly turned left and disappeared from the headlights of the motorcycles chasing them. Snow Eagle and J5 continued to move forward, luring away another wave. The scene of a motorcycle chase was quite spectacular. When the police saw that their targets had split into two groups, they immediately adjusted their tactics and split into two groups to chase after them. What they didn't know was that as the police split into two groups, the nightmare that everyone couldn't forget began. Yi Qian and K7, who turned left, circled behind the first group of police. They stopped and directly aimed their submachine guns at the motorcycles chasing after J5 and Snow Eagle. Shoot, shoot. Everyone shoot. Quick. Quick. Behind. Behind. Turn around and shoot. Turn around and shoot. Even though they were suddenly ambushed, the neighboring police who were chasing after J5 were still able to maintain their composure and quickly sent out a portion of the police to deal with the rear. Yi Qian and K7 did not want to face them head-on. No matter how good a dash was, it would not be able to fight against so many guns. After the two finished the first wave of shots, they quickly drove to the left and right and rushed past the sidewalk. The police from the neighboring country turned around and chased after them. Unexpectedly, the Chinese suddenly rushed up the left and right sidewalks and rushed straight at them. In addition, a wave of brothers had already been sacrificed. The two Chinese motorcycles rushing straight at them made them a little flustered. One of the motorcycles reacted quickly and turned around, wanting to give chase. Unexpectedly, before the police officer beside him could react, he suddenly turned around and knocked down the motorcycles beside him. There were a lot of people, a lot of cars, and a narrow road. As long as one motorcycle messed up, the whole place would be in chaos. Before the Lingua police could react, Yi Qian and K7, who had rushed over from the side, opened fire again with their pistols. The two of them attacked the Lingua police from both sides, leaving no blind spots. While driving, they couldn't complete a dash, so the two of them shot at a single target with their pistols. How could the Lingua police be compared to the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces? They were shooting blindly, hitting wherever they hit. On the other hand, Yi Qian and K7 were shooting with a purpose. When they saw a target, they would immediately shoot. Often, the overturned motorcycles would also be hit by the police officers who were chasing after them. Chapter 23-28. Get down, get down. Get down. Someone yelled and quickly abandoned his motorcycle to launch a counterattack. The sound of bullets, the sound of motorcycles crashing into each other, and the light from the burning fuel illuminated the scene after a fierce battle. A police motorcycle sped into the midst of their own people, and they only had time to shout, "Get out of the way." Then, after a scream, multiple motorcycles crashed into each other. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of bullets suddenly became more intense, and the police started to fire from both sides. Some of the police had already turned around and were preparing to chase after Yi Qian and K7. However, with Yi Qian and K7 firing, they had no choice but to abandon their motorcycle and launch a counterattack. Shooting was a competition of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. There was only one chance, and if they seized the opportunity, even if there were only two people, they could quickly subdue the enemy. The sound of gunfire caused the police who were chasing after Yi Qian and K7 to rush over. Yi Qian and K7 did not give these people a chance to retaliate. They stopped shooting and drove away. Chase after them. Chase after them. Don't let any of them go, don't let any of them go. The tragedy of the scene angered the local police. They left some of them to save the injured, and the rest immediately chased after them. There was no other way to deal with heartless people other than to be ruthless. Since Yi Qian and K7 wanted to teach the local police a lesson, they would not let them go so easily. J5 and Snow Eagle had already lured a group of people into the crossfire, and Yi Qian and K7 would take care of the rest. Motorcycles were smaller than cars, and they were more agile. It was Yi Qian's first time riding a motorcycle, and she was not unfamiliar with it at all. She brought out her usual training skills and controlled the motorcycle in an S-shaped trajectory to avoid getting shot. When she turned a corner, she suddenly threw her motorcycle into the center of the road, rolled to the side, and jumped off easily. Then, K7 drove Kun Dan's modified motorcycle over. When he passed by Yi Qian, he reached out his hand. Yi Qian reacted quickly and grabbed his hand. As the motorcycle sped forward, she was as light as a swallow. She easily straddled the back seat of the motorcycle. With the helmet on, she leaned toward K7's ear. The helmet touched the helmet, and her cold voice drifted into the wind. Once the last wave is dealt with, the mission will be completed. The pursuers behind them had caught up. Yi Qian, who no longer needed to drive, turned around and aimed at the motorcycle she had abandoned in the middle of the road with both hands. 1, 2, 3, the police officers from Lingua, who were hot on her heels, were closing in on the motorcycle in the middle of the road. Yi Qian silently chanted the number 4 in her heart, which sounded like the word death, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the air, and the air was squeezed into an invisible sharp shape by the bullet. Wherever the bullet passed, it left behind a scorching heat. Finally, it hit the full fuel tank of the motorcycle. Boom, the fuel tank exploded, and a raging fire surged up. Dark clouds of smoke rose and spread rapidly. The motorcycle with the fuel tank exploded, and its parts flew everywhere. The few policemen at the front were engulfed by the fire before they could even scream. Out of the way! Retreat! The incident only happened for a second. The policemen from Lingua saw their comrades being engulfed by the fire with their own eyes. They didn't even have time to scream before they died. The policemen who witnessed everything screamed at the top of their lungs, but it was too late. The motorcycle behind them didn't brake in time, and it crashed into the back of the motorcycle in front of them with a loud crash. Chapter 23-29. Bang! 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 The repeated collisions flipped countless motorcycles over. Some of the motorcycles even had their rear and front wheels separated and fell apart. Open fire! Open fire! Don't let them leave alive! The police officers from the neighboring country were completely enraged as they screamed. They might not know who they were chasing, but they knew that these people were under the orders of Clichin, the leader of the new government. They were a group of dangerous people who would destroy the peace and stability of the neighboring country. They had to be eliminated. They only knew that these people had to be eliminated. Some of the police officers drove their motorcycles around the fire and rushed over. Yi Qian's submachine gun never moved. In the midst of the fire, she aimed the gun at the fuel tanks of the 3 motorcycles. Some of the survivors were still struggling, trying to pull their right leg out from under the car. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with anger. She pressed her lips together and fired without hesitation. This time, it was not 1 bullet, but 3. With Yi Qian's shooting skills, the 3 bullets seemed to have been fired at the same time. There was only a 1-second gap between when the bullets hit the fuel tank. The explosion was louder than before, and the fire was more intense. The smoke spread and the scene was filled with billowing smoke. Yi Qian and K7 had already driven away. The tragedy of the scene had nothing to do with them. This was war. It was either you die or I die. There was no mercy, only shooting. On the other side, V8 left without a hitch. Wearing a helmet, he and Xianxia were like those troublemakers in Beijing racing in the middle of the night. They drove the motorcycle at top speed and headed towards the sentry post ahead. Xianxia, who was sitting behind V8, was very calm. The motorcycles drifted and swerved, but the elegant and handsome face under the helmet was calm. Back in the day, he used to race too. A group of friends rode imported modified motorcycles and whistled. There were a few girls behind them who thought they were amazing and drove their motorcycles across the viaduct. At that time, he also thought that it was very exciting. He was so arrogant that it was as if he could destroy the entire world. What really woke him up was the two people who were racing with him. One day, they went out on a rainy night looking for excitement. Their minds were in a mess, and they actually played with their cars in the heavy rain. As a result, the two cars hit the bridge one after the other, and they fell off the bridge with their cars. He went to take a look and saw a pile of charred scrap metal. As for his two friends, there was nothing left of them. At the age of 17, he suddenly realized that his life was so insignificant in the face of excitement. Who knew when he would die? From then on, he, who had entered the rebellious period, returned to the right path and continued to be a genius who was praised by others. He continued to live in the golden cage that had locked up his youth during the rebellious period. He also understood that the so-called golden silk cage was just an excuse for the weak to think that they were trapped and could not walk out of a free space. He also wanted to understand how many people envied him for having a golden cage, and how much they wanted to live in a golden cage like him. The existence of the golden silk cage was not to trap your youth and lock up your freedom. The existence of the golden silk cage was to tell you that before you were truly strong, before you truly stood at the top of the pyramid, you could only be trapped forever. Because you had never thought of using your strength to open the enviable golden silk cage. Xianxia, who had used his strength to open the golden silk cage, turned around and looked behind him. He could not see Yi Qian's figure, only darkness. Chapter 23:30. 10 minutes later, V8 and Xianxia arrived at the rendezvous point less than 2 kilometers away from the sentry post. This was also Kundan's place, a bungalow where motorcycle wheels were stored. In the room filled with the smell of tires, the sound of gunfire whistled past their ears. This was the sentry post they had to rush out of. It was also the place where the new and old policies clashed. Yi Qian and K7 arrived half an hour later. The moment she knocked on the door, Xianxia, who was resting on the wheel, actually got up before V8 and rushed to the welded metal door. Xianxia, Yi Qian heard the commotion inside and called out softly. Then, the metal handle was pulled and the metal door creaked open. Xianxia saw the slender figure he was worried about standing in front of him. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Yi Qian came over first, followed by K7 pushing the motorcycle. While waiting for J5 and the others to come over, Yi Qian told V8 about the situation on their side. When V8 heard V8's fists clapping, his wolf-like eyes shone with a fierce light. They want to play dirty, so we'll play along. Let's see who can outplay who. From the looks of it, it was clear that our side had a slight advantage. As a diplomat, Xianxia had been smiling ever since Yi Qian mentioned her battle with the police. Yi Qian, a military academy student from our country, used her hot-bloodedness, courage, and strength to fiercely retaliate against a neighboring country's disrespect to our country. She used her strength to protect our country's dignity. She represented the countless cadets of our country who were still studying. From her, he saw the future, he saw hope. It was because of a cadet like her that no matter how many difficulties there were, no matter how high the mountain, it would not be able to stop our dream of becoming a powerful country. The two special forces soldiers standing next to her used their own paths and beliefs to tell Yi Qian, this future military leader, that everything he did was his responsibility as a soldier. Good job, Yi Qian. Your school is proud to have a military academy student like you. We are also proud of you. V8 looked at Yi Qian with sparkling eyes and extended his fist. You're the best military academy student I've ever seen. It's my honor to fight with you. It's also my honor. K7, who had finished refueling the motorcycle, walked over. It turned out that the 2 punches had turned into 3 punches and congratulated each other for escaping death once again. Xianxia didn't join them. He knew that he couldn't join them at this moment. He understood the glory they shouldered as soldiers, and he also knew the responsibility they shouldered. Although he was also a diplomat who fought for his country, their fighting styles were too different. He needed to restrain that kind of bloodthirst. Even if he couldn't join, he would still be satisfied just by watching. Tonight, he knew that the distance between him and Yi Qian had increased, and their understanding of each other had deepened. But it wasn't enough. He wanted to know more about her, much more, understand everything about her, understand everything about her. He thought about it deeply and anxiously hoped, and prayed even more deeply that the other half of the girl he liked hadn't appeared by her side yet. Soon, J5 and Snow Eagle arrived. They pushed their motorcycles through the city. The moment they took off their helmets, they both let out a long sigh of relief. They took a deep breath of the smoke-filled air and looked at each other in the dark with smiles on their faces. The way comrades in the Snowfield Brigade greeted each other was with a few high-fives. Everything was conveyed without words. Chapter 23:31. J5 didn't mention how they dealt with the other half of the police force. Instead, he smiled and asked Xianxia, "How are you feeling? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "I'm fine." Xianxia, who had been holding the helmet in his hand, replied with a smile. With the cover of the darkness, his gaze fell on Yi Qian, who was standing side by side with the special forces. The bungalow wasn't bright. It was so dark that he couldn't even see her silhouette clearly. But for some reason, he felt that she was smiling at him just now. Yi Qian did smile at Xianxia. Not only at him, but also at his comrades. She lingered on. Hearing this, she pursed her lips and smiled. "Looks like our ambassador can be both civil and military." She didn't even ask how Xianxia was doing. Luckily, J5 came in and asked. "That's true. I raced not long after I joined the army. I was arrogant when I sat on it, but when I got off, my legs were shaking and I vomited. I didn't expect the ambassador to be so calm after racing for more than an hour." Amazing. V8 revealed his embarrassing incident when he first joined the Snowfield Brigade. Seeing that Xianxia didn't react at all, he was even more impressed. Xianxia sneered. "I had a rebellious period for 2 years. I went against my family and raced for 2 years. My craziness was almost the same as today." He didn't want to talk about his youthful and frivolous past. Now that he was here, he suddenly wanted to talk about it. It used to be a disgraceful memory. Now, it seems like I'm really glad that I had 2 years of racing experience. His laughter was soft. He didn't dare to be too loud. Although there were gunshots, he was still worried that someone would hear. Shuang, who was in charge of guarding with a submachine gun, couldn't help but chuckle. This young ambassador was very approachable. He didn't have the arrogance of a young person. He was only gentle and quiet. K7 had already filled up the last motorcycle. He tightened the cap of the fuel tank and said calmly, "Fill it all up. We can guarantee that we'll reach our destination." Yi Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. She touched the silver wire wrapped around her wrist that was usually used as an accessory. She thought of Kundan. Without his help tonight, it would have been much more difficult for the 6 of them to leave the city. At the very least, it would not have taken them only 2 hours to leave the city. A beam of dim light shone on the dark bungalow. J5 spread the map on the dusty ground, and the light shone on the A4-sized map. The others, including Xianxia, knelt on one knee and squatted to check the map. "We're here now." J5's finger tapped on a spot on the map as his voice reached everyone's ears. "We're 3 kilometers away from here. The first checkpoint is the checkpoint of the Linguo military group." He raised his head and looked at Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, your shooting speed is faster than any of us. You and Old K will still be in charge of the assault. Kill all the sentries at the 2 checkpoints." "All right. No problem." Yi Qian and K7 spoke at the same time. The 2 of them smiled at each other and extended their fists. There was V8 in between them. The 2 of them lightly bumped fists and smiled as they retracted their fists. Xianxia saw the tacit understanding between her and the special forces. His handsome and gentle eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Her relationship with them was so good that it made him envious. Yi Qian noticed that someone was looking at him. He raised his eyes slightly and saw Xianxia looking at him with a smile. Yi Qian smiled back. Under the faint light, his eyebrows curved like the crescent moon. The two of them looked at each other for a short while. Yi Qian was the first to look away and look at the map. Chapter 23-32. Xianxia, who felt a ripple in his heart, also lowered his head. He had to memorize it. Even though the map was useless to him, at least he knew where Yi Qian would go to complete the mission. In the words of the Special Forces, complete the mission. According to Kuan Dan's information, there shouldn't be too many soldiers here. Around 2 platoons. Yi Qian, you and Old K will clear out the outposts. The two of us will support you. J5 pointed at Xuanying, then we'll charge out together. 2 normal platoons had around 60 people. Each outpost had around 3 people, so 2 outposts had 6 people. Yi Qian was responsible for 1 outpost, and K7 was responsible for the other. 2 of them had to complete the mission, and one of them had to be the assaulter and open up a path of blood. I'll be the assaulter, and K7 will cover the rear. Yi Qian volunteered to be the assaulter. Her firing speed was indeed faster than her comrades, so she was the most suitable person to complete the mission. Other than Xianxia, everyone had seen how fast Yi Qian could fire. When someone else took out one, she was already ready to take out the third. No one could beat her speed. J5, Xuanying, and the others quickly looked at each other and agreed with Yi Qian's suggestion. She was indeed the most suitable person to be the assaulter. The final plan was, Yi Qian cleared out the second outpost, then went straight up the mountain. K7 cleared out the first outpost, and then J5 charged up the mountain on his bike. He would be the first to get a feel of the situation and attract the enemy soldiers. Yi Qian would cover for J5 and clear out the first wave of enemy soldiers. Then, K7 and Xuanying would charge up the mountain on their motorcycles, and V8 would cover Xianxia as they rushed into the mountain. Yi Qian successfully infiltrated the enemy's rear and used all his firepower to suppress the soldiers stationed in the neighboring country. K7 provided support while Xuanying covered V8 and Xianxia to rush out of the bloody path. Finally, J5 assisted Yi Qian and K7 to rush out. They had to ensure that there were no problems in every part of the battle. For example, if the second sentry post in Yi Qian was not cleared out before the K7, then the J5 would be shot dead by the second sentry post. As a result, Yi Qian, who was in charge of the assault, had to complete every part of the mission ahead of time. Only then could he ensure that his comrades behind him could continue fighting. Their communications with the neighboring countries had been cut off, and they did not have any communication equipment. They could only rely on their tacit understanding to fight. Xianxia pursed his lips. He couldn't understand why Yi Qian was always at the forefront and doing the most dangerous things. He didn't ask. He wasn't a direct combatant, so he couldn't discuss the battle. Even if he had questions, he could ask them after they rushed out. After the battle deployment was completed, V8 would protect Xianxia. He would rush out after his comrades had cleared out a bloody path. The J5 rolled up the map and placed the butt of his submachine gun on the ground. He looked up and coldly glanced at his comrades. Since the military group and the new government are using firepower to besiege us, we don't have to be polite. Let's kill as many people as we can without wasting our time. After the battle, they can only blame the casualties on Ruilala. It has nothing to do with us. This is called giving them a taste of their own medicine. It's the same for everyone. It's fair. Casualties were inevitable in war. Since the new and old governments were in a crossfire, the number of casualties on each side would naturally be counted on the other side. Even if Wu Wainu and Clichin knew who killed their men, they could not announce it to the world. They could only suffer in silence and suffer in silence. Chapter 23:33. You want to play conspiracy theory? Then let's play, an eye for an eye. After all, the Chinese people's conspiracy theory was the essence of thousands of years of history. If they didn't return it properly, they would be letting down their predecessors who had been buried in the long river of history. It's not easy to come out on this trip. We can't let the other party be too disappointed, right? J5, who stood up with his gun, reached out and pulled Xianxia up. He smiled and said, "Ambassador, what do you think? Everything will be according to your arrangements." Xianxia smiled. He didn't have any opinions. As soon as he finished speaking, the faint smiles on everyone's faces disappeared. They relaxed for a moment and went back into battle mode. Xianxia saw the Special Forces soldiers protecting him stand up one by one. Their aura suddenly changed. It was very cold, exuding a sense of chilliness. Yi Qian was no exception. She had the same aura as the Special Forces soldiers. Yi Qian, who had entered battle mode, had a strong murderous aura hidden in the depths of her dark eyes. Her thin eyes were the last barrier that blocked the murderous aura in her eyes. It was as if with a slight blink of her eyes, the murderous aura would surge out. "Old V, give Yi Qian the submachine gun under your seat cushion. I'll take Yi Qian up the mountain first. Old K, you two bring up the rear." J5 tightened his riding gloves and switched the submachine gun under his motorcycle with V8s. When he was dealing with Snow Eagle and the neighboring police, he had used up a lot of ammo. He needed to replenish his ammo with his comrades. V8 nimbly opened the seat cushion of his motorcycle and took out a folded submachine gun. He threw it to Yi Qian. "Take it, brother. I don't care about anything else. I just want to take the ambassador and charge straight ahead. I'll leave the charge to you, Yi Qian." Yi Qian was the vanguard of the charge out of the city, while K7 brought up the rear. It was still the same. The difference was that Yi Qian and J5 were on the same motorcycle, while K7 and Snow Eagle were on the same motorcycle. "Okay, no problem." Yi Qian took the submachine gun and smiled calmly. "I promise I'll complete the mission." "Okay, we'll check our equipment in the last 3 minutes. If there's no problem, we'll leave immediately." J5 gave the final order. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade were preparing for battle. Yi Qian slung the fully loaded shotgun on her back and smiled at them. Her smile was faint, like a blooming flower. She looked delicate but was actually strong. "Okay, you three drive well. K7 and I will cooperate well. Good luck." After finishing their pre-battle preparations, they high-fived each other and encouraged each other. This was also a form of pre-battle tacit understanding. The closed iron door opened, and a cannonball exploded. There was a burst of fire in the dark sky. Xianxia subconsciously looked in Yi Qian's direction. He saw Yi Qian look up at the fiery sky. In his eyes, the fiery sky turned into a blood-red color. He also saw the fearlessness of a soldier who was not afraid to sacrifice himself. Xianxia, whose heart was trembling, slowly looked away. He lowered his eyes and used his eyelids to hide the undercurrent in his eyes. Yi Qian, who was in full combat mode, was even more dazzling than during the day. She was like a bright star that fell into his arms. He gently and quietly placed her in his heart. From then on, because of her existence, his world lit up. Vroom, 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 the sound of motorcycles rang out. V8 took Yi Qian out of the room and headed towards the road that was created by the illegal immigrants. The 3 motorcycles were like arrows that were released from a bow. There was no turning back. Even though they knew there was danger ahead, they still charged forward. No matter if they sacrificed themselves or got hurt, they would not change their decision. Chapter 23:34. The speed of the motorcycle was so fast that the person sitting at the back had no choice but to hug the driver tightly. Xianxia turned slightly to look at the speeding motorcycle in front of him. He saw the slender figure behind the motorcycle tightly hugging the driver's waist with one hand. His eyes darkened slightly. His eyes dimmed not because Yi Qian was holding on to the Special Forces soldier's waist, but because she was in great danger. Even though he wasn't a soldier, he knew that the position of an assaulter was dangerous. The distance between the two sides was less than 500 meters. Yi Qian and the others rushed into the mountain and made a big turn. From their vantage point, they could see the crossfire between the two sides. The crossfire between the two sides was fierce. The concentrated gunfire covered up the sound of the three motorcycles. The J5 at the front didn't turn on the motorcycle's headlights. Instead, he turned on the modified blue lights. They were close to the enemy soldiers and wouldn't be easily spotted. The three motorcycles turned on the uneven mountain road. They couldn't stop in the middle. They had to rush all the way to the bottom of the mountain before they could stop. It was 5 kilometers from the bottom of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. It was 4 kilometers to break through the defensive line. Yi Qian and K7 had to fight their way out of this 4-kilometer defensive line. With the cover of gunfire and artillery fire, the motorcycles roared like pebbles thrown into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. The soldiers guarding the mountain only heard the gunfire and artillery fire, but they didn't hear the motorcycles at all. The J5 led Yi Qian to the entrance of the mountain. The others hid temporarily. Yi Qian and K7 continued forward. "Be careful, Qing Niao," he said softly to Yi Qian, who was leaving. "I'll come to your aid soon." "Okay." Yi Qian nodded. She naturally believed that her comrade would come to her aid soon. K7 had already gotten off the motorcycle. The two of them sneaked into the mountain under the cover of the night. Even though they had the help of Kundan, they still had to investigate carefully in order to pass through the next step. They would only be calm when they had a plan. V8 looked at his comrade's back as he left. His lips tightened. If he could, he wanted to join the battle directly and help his comrade avoid danger. But he couldn't go with them. He had to ride the motorcycle with the ambassador and wait to break out. Motorcycles were the next main means of transportation, so they couldn't be casually thrown away like in the city. After breaking out of the encirclement, there were still 4 kilometers of mountain roads before they could rush to the road that connected to another city. They had to go all the way north to a town called Nanyu. Only when they reached there could they abandon the car and leave. There was no way to sneak out of the city. It was a long journey, and they needed a vehicle. If there are heavy weapons on the mountain, the left side of the col is the best place to hide. K7 lay prone in the bushes and looked up coldly. They were very close to the first sentry post. The first outpost was right in front of them. This was K7's mission. Yi Qian lowered his head and said softly, "This is a smuggling route. According to Kundan, heavy weapons do not exist." "You really believe what he says?" K7 was a bit surprised. He could understand why J5 trusted Kundan, but why would Qing Niao trust him as well? Yi Qian nodded. She did trust Kundan. She trusted Kundan instinctively. He said there are no heavy weapons. I believe him. Kundan had told them the safest route. The new government basically didn't care about it because this smuggling route was protected by both the military and the national armed forces. The new government couldn't do anything about it even if they wanted to. Chapter 23:35. The path to riches could only be guarded and not destroyed by heavy weapons. Even Ruilala had to abide by the rules. Otherwise, his road to wealth would be cut off. This was the rule of the drug and arms trade. You could not destroy someone's path to riches, or you would be asking for death. This was also why he could ride a motorcycle up the mountain without worrying about being shot by heavy weapons. K7 was silent for a few seconds and said, "I don't trust Kundan, but I trust you and J5. On the battlefield, only the comrades who fought side by side with you could be trusted. Yi Qian smiled at him. She trusted Kun Dan, but she was not willing to risk the lives of her comrades. She trusted Kun Dan more than she trusted herself. The wind was getting stronger. Yi Qian looked up at the sky that was as dark as ink. There was not even a single star in the sky. It was so dark that it felt like the sky was about to collapse. There was a sense of suffocation. The rain was coming. They had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Yi Qian smiled softly. After we pass the city's outpost, we will be in the country at this time tomorrow night. I will go over first. I will take care of the second outpost in 15 minutes. Be careful. K7 nodded and watched Yi Qian's figure disappear into the forest. The gunshots outside the mountain were so loud that not even the insects in the mountain were chirping. Yi Qian walked through the forest quietly. Without the help of night vision goggles, she used the light from the cannons to reach the second outpost. Assassinations were the only way to clear the outpost. Yi Qian's method of assassination was the same as the Snowfield Brigade's method of assassination. Both methods involved covering the mouth and slitting the throat. Even if two outposts could see each other when they turned around, the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces could take care of them silently. The wind blew through the leaves, and the rustling sound was heard. Yi Qian lightly pressed down on a few leaves. She was like a leopard hiding in the dark. Her dark eyes emitted a cold light as she looked around quietly. There were 4 outposts on her side. One of them was further away from the other 3. It was a distant outpost. She cleared them one by one. The few leaves that were pressed down gently swayed a few times, and the person hiding behind the leaves had already disappeared without a trace. In the wind, a faint smell of blood drifted over. The 3 sentries at the front felt that there was something wrong with the outpost. The 3 of them made a hand signal. One of them held a gun and walked forward slowly, while the other 2 followed from the left and right. Yi Qian could not understand the language of the neighboring countries. They questioned the outpost, who had his whole body pressed against the tree, about what he was doing. The sentry's posture was very strange. He stood straight, but his body was pressed against the tree, as if he had dozed off after sentry duty. Without night vision equipment, they could only vaguely see that the 3 people in front of them did not dare to continue forward. Instead, they shouted in a low voice. Since they did not receive any response from the outpost, the 3 of them became vigilant and quickly scanned their surroundings with their guns. The sentinel walking in front slowly approached. The 2 sentinels behind him had their backs against each other, their guns aimed outside as they slowly moved forward. Behind the dense foliage, a black shadow flitted past. At the same time, a silver light flashed past in the dark night. It was cold, clear, and disappeared in an instant. Ugh! Then, the sentinel on the left, who was following closely behind, suddenly clutched his neck tightly. He only had time to make a low, monotonous, ugh sound before his whole body fell to the ground. The sentinel who was back to back with him turned his head in shock. Suddenly, he felt as if something had fallen from the top of his head. Before he could turn his head to look up, he felt a cold and sharp pain on his neck. The sentinel opened his mouth weakly. He wanted to raise his hand to touch his neck, but the gun in his other hand fell with a bang. He fell to the ground with his hand half raised. Chapter 23:36. With 3 people in a triangular search, it was undoubtedly difficult to finish them off without alerting anyone else. Yi Qian made good use of the terrain and quickly adopted the most useful and effective combat method. She climbed up the tree and strangled one to death with a silver wire. Then she hung upside down and used the dagger in her hand to finish off the 3rd one. As for the 4th one, it was even easier to deal with. Yi Jian, who was hanging upside down from the golden hook, exerted strength in her waist. Before the other party could raise his gun and shoot upwards, she swung herself directly towards the other party like a swing. Yi Qian was light and agile. Back then, Principal Chen had sent her to the 100,000 forests in the southern part of the western province for 3 months of training. During these 3 months, she had undergone comprehensive forest combat training. Climbing, crawling, jumping, rolling, everything was done. In Principal Chen's words, when you enter the mountains, not only do you have to be like a leopard, but you also have to be like a monkey. Hanging upside down and swinging forward using the strength of her waist were also part of her 3 months of training. At the beginning, she fell and bled, and her hands and feet were bruised. By the end, she could easily control her body. Only she knew how hard it was. While swinging, Yi Qian saw that the enemy had finished loading the gun. Her eyes were filled with hostility as she grabbed the enemy's gun with both hands and spun it forcefully. Using the enemy's gun as a support, she landed firmly on the ground. At the same time, she threw the gun away and lifted her right leg to kick the enemy's lower abdomen, where the diaphragm was. The diaphragm was the most sensitive part of the abdominal pain nerves. Using all her strength, the enemy sentry was in so much pain that his face turned pale and his entire body constricted. He held his abdomen with one hand while his right hand reached for the gun at his waist. Yi Qian didn't give him a chance. She grabbed onto a tree branch and swung forward. While in the air, she kicked the enemy's weapon out of his hand. Her left foot stepped on the enemy's arm first, then she twisted her foot and bent her knee to the enemy's jaw. With her right hand, she attacked from the side with the dagger and stabbed it into the enemy's neck. Yi Qian had been too hasty and used too much force, so the dagger was stuck in his throat. When he pulled it out, he had no choice but to twist it around a bit. In the night breeze, the smell of blood grew stronger. Yi Qian, whose pants were stained with blood, had no time to deal with the 4 sentinels. She needed to take care of as many targets as possible to ensure that her comrades could attack. Kuan Dan had only said that there were about 2 normal platoons, but no one knew exactly how many people there were. Someone came down from the hill. Yi Qian, who was hiding behind a tree, could tell from the sound of the footsteps that there were 3 people in total. It was the patrol team. Yi Qian tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. Fighting alone, she took a deep breath of the smoky air and slowly exhaled. 3 figures walked past her. Now is the time. Her hands were as fast as lightning. One of her hands covered the mouth of the last sentry, while the other used a dagger to slit the sentry's throat. The entire process was too fast, and a sentinel had been taken care of in just a few seconds. Yi Qian's movements were swift and nimble. The 4 sentinels were 1 meter apart from each other. She had taken care of the last sentinel without alerting the 3 in front of her. Even so, Yi Qian's palms were slightly sweaty. It was her first time being so close to so many people trying to assassinate her. She stepped on a withered branch, and there was a crisp cracking sound. The 3rd sentry sensed something was wrong and instinctively turned around to take a look. Chapter 23:37. To Yi Qian's relief, these people didn't have night vision equipment. The man said something in the language of the neighboring country, and Yi Qian couldn't answer. Her eyes dimmed, and the sound of water came from behind the tree. When the man heard this, he slung his rifle over his shoulder and said something to the 2 people in front of him. After the sound of water, there was also the sound of water. Yi Qian's mouth twitched. She had faked the sound to relieve herself, but this was really done. The sentinel comfortably shuddered as he lowered his head to fasten his belt. Someone used their elbow to clamp down on his neck. A crisp sound of bone breaking came from his neck, and his head tilted to one side at a strange angle. "Who's there?" The sentinel at the front realized something was wrong. At the same time, he turned on the searchlight on his helmet. In the snow-white light, he saw a figure running towards him. He didn't even have the chance to raise his gun, let alone open fire. Yi Qian was too far away from the sentinel. She didn't want to shoot, so she treated the mountain as flat ground and ran towards him. When she saw that he was about to raise his gun, she shouted softly. She rushed in front of the sentinel and grabbed the butt of the gun with one hand. Her fingers moved nimbly, and she unloaded the magazine and smashed it into the center of the sentinel's head. Within 15 minutes, Yi Qian had taken care of 7 people. It was already very fast, but for them, who needed to break out of the encirclement, it was too slow. They only had half an hour to break out of the encirclement. Snow Eagle, who was baiting the enemy, started the motorcycle. The K7 had already eliminated the first sentry, and now they needed to rush up the mountain to support Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who had vaguely heard the motorcycle, got up and ran towards the side of the road. She needed to intercept the first alerted neighboring country soldiers. A light flashed through the forest. It was the light of the motorcycle's headlights. Yi Qian was lying in ambush by the side of the road, and she fired at the first wave of alarmed neighboring country soldiers. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of concentrated bullets came. The first few neighboring country soldiers who rushed down didn't even have the chance to raise their guns. They fell to the ground. The sound of motorcycles and gunshots alerted the soldiers guarding the smuggling road. This time, they didn't make the same mistake as before and rushed down to check. Instead, they opened fire directly. Yi Qian, who had fired the first shot, had already moved to her combat position. When she heard the footsteps, she fired almost at the same time as the soldiers from the neighboring country. The Shaowei could fire at a rate of 1,250 rounds per minute, which meant that it could fire 21 rounds per second. Yi Qian's side was able to wipe out their enemies in an instant. Get down, get down. The soldiers of the neighboring country who found that they were ambushed roared, picked up the rifles in their hands, and fired directly at the opening point. More than 10 rifles fired blindly. Even Yi Qian was suppressed to the point that his entire body was pressed against the ground. Even his face was pressed against the ground, and he did not dare to raise his head at all. The bullets hit the ground, hitting pieces of dirt one after another, and then smashing them into pieces. The bullets hit the rocks, and sparks flew everywhere as the rocks shattered with a bang. After a while, the motionless Yi Qian was covered with a thick layer of soil. Yi Qian did not move. She allowed the bullets to fly past her head. Her backup had not arrived yet, so she needed to wait calmly. K7 and Snow Eagle had already rushed up. They were Yi Qian's backup. Later, they would coordinate with Yi Qian and rush to the highest point, leaving K7 to finish the shooting from the rear. Motorcycle, motorcycle. Straight ahead, fire. Fire. Chapter 23:38. There were indeed only 2 platoons of soldiers stationed in the mountains. When the K7 came up, more than half of the firepower that had been focused on Yi Qian was directed at the motorcycle. The modified motorcycle was extremely fast. With a sweep of the snow-white headlights, the K7 saw several soldiers from the neighboring country hiding behind the trees. Shuang cooperated well. He stepped on the accelerator to the maximum and crossed the crossfire before the soldiers could shoot. He instantly rushed to the rear of the soldiers from the neighboring country. The motorcycle made a turn, and the K7 rolled off the motorcycle. He opened fire and supported Yi Qian from behind. After receiving support, Yi Qian could finally take a breather. She didn't move carelessly. Instead, she stuck close to the slope and rolled toward the side of the road. A normal person wouldn't be able to complete a roll on a slope. Once they rolled, they would definitely roll down. Yi Qian didn't. She only completed the roll by grabbing onto the rocks, roots, and shrubs on the ground to ensure that she didn't fall down. Roll, hide, sweep. After a series of actions, Yi Qian's submachine gun was extremely stable as she attacked from the side. There were only 3 bullets left in the first magazine. Yi Qian had already found a new magazine. When the last bullet left the muzzle, she finished the action of changing the magazine. The interval between the first bullet fired from the new magazine and the last bullet fired from the old magazine was only a few seconds. It was as if she had fired continuously. No one could tell that she had changed the magazine. Yi Qian rolled and climbed. Her hands and face were bleeding from the shrubbery. Her eyes were filled with malice as she suppressed all the firepower on the mountain. Screams came from the mountain. It was the screams of someone who had been shot. Over here, over here. Quick! Someone's here. Shouts came from the mountain. No one could calm down. They were on the high ground, but they were suppressed by the firepower from below. In an instant, several people were sacrificed. The K7 supporting Yi Qian found another platoon's firepower. He crouched down and hid, then he opened fire from the enemy's back. Bang, bang, bang. Concentrated gunfire swept across. There was a mist of blood in front of them. V8, who had yet to make a move, clenched his jaw tightly. Even his spine was stretched into a straight line. There were at least 50 to 60 people in the two platoons. 50 to 60 people. The only ones who could really fight were Yi Qian and K7. J5 and Snow Eagle had to drive their vehicles to break out of the encirclement. It was impossible for them to lend a helping hand. Qin Xiu, whose eyes were cold, slowly clenched his fists. At this moment, he regretted not practicing his spear skills. Otherwise, he could have been a support. Let's wait a little longer. We'll rush in as soon as the higher-ups give us the order. The senses of the special forces were very sharp. V8 sensed the change in Qin Xiu's aura and quickly said softly, "It won't take too long. They'll settle it soon." In this battle, other than the camouflage provided by Kundan, they didn't even have night vision goggles. It was undoubtedly risky to fight without knowing how much firepower the enemy had. Fortunately, there were a lot of camouflage in the jungle, which slightly reduced the danger. V8 told Qin Xiu to relax, but in reality, his heart had been stretched taut. During the exercise, the special forces of the Snowfield Brigade had specifically gone through combat training without any weapons on them. But in the end, they would take the enemy's weapons for themselves and complete the mission. What weapons did the neighboring countries have for themselves? Even night vision goggles would be enough. Where would there be night vision goggles? K7 opened fire. The stationed soldiers of the neighboring countries immediately concentrated their fire. Snow Eagle drove his motorcycle down. He needed to cover V8 and take K7 with him. Chapter 2339. J5 couldn't make a move. He needed to wait for V8 to catch up so that he could grab Yi Qian and break out of the encirclement. The soldier at the highest point of the sentry post thought the motorcycle was heading straight for them when he heard it. He reflexively turned on the searchlight and wanted to finish shooting. He didn't know what a stupid thing he had done. As soon as the searchlight shone, Yi Qian, who had crept up from the side of the road, shot at the sentry post. K7 broke the pole that was holding the searchlight. The searchlight that lost its support fell down. The shaky searchlight swept toward the camp of the soldiers. K7 put out the searchlight with a shot. Yi Qian, who could see the corner of the searchlight, finished shooting immediately. Everything happened too fast. The two platoons of soldiers split into 4 waves. One wave was aimed at Yi Qian's original position, one wave was aimed at K7, one wave was aimed at Shuang, and the last wave was aimed at Yi Qian's current position. Half of the soldiers had been wiped out, so they didn't have enough firepower. Now that they were split into 4 waves, they were shot down by Yi Qian and K7 with their submachine guns. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Qian and K7 used the guns in their hands to open a bloody path for their comrades. The firepower on top of the hill decreased significantly. It wasn't until K7 fired into the air that V8 knew he could bring Qin Xiu to break out of the encirclement. "Ambassador, sit tight, we're going to charge." He started the motorcycle and pushed it to the maximum speed. With a roar, he brought Qin Xiu out of the last sentry post in the city. With Yi Qian and K7 firing from the front and back, the 2 platoons of soldiers suffered heavy losses. In the end, they had no way to fight back. Someone once said that a special ops soldier could take out a platoon or even a battalion in secret. Infiltration, sneak attacks, luring the enemy, and so on were all seen in this battle. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed to leave as soon as possible, Yi Qian and K7 would have directly infiltrated and killed the 2 platoons one by one. Now that they had broken out of the encirclement in such a direct battle, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the neighboring country's military group, letting them know that 2 platoons were also so weak. Shuang heard the sound of the V8's motorcycle. He pedaled with both feet and grabbed the motorcycle with both hands. He turned the motorcycle around and rushed up the mountain again. He still needed to pick up the K7 and leave. In front of him, J5 started his motorcycle when Shuang rushed down the mountain. He, who had been hiding all this time, started his motorcycle and rushed up the mountain. The mountain road was bumpy, so he could not reach out to help Yi Qian. Moreover, it was uphill, so he could only slow down slightly to let Yi Qian catch up. Yi Qian did not let J5 help him. The motorcycle whizzed past her. She grabbed J5's arm and used the momentum of the motorcycle to jump over him. In the blink of an eye, she was already sitting on the back of J5. Then, V8 carried Xianxia and rushed up the mountain. Shuang carried K7 and rushed up the mountain. They rushed out of the city's last line of defense. At the same time, the military received the location sent back by J5. Through the location, the military knew that they had brought the ambassador out of the encirclement and were heading towards the rendezvous point. The wind in the mountain blew gently and blew away the smell of gunpowder, but it could not blow away the thick smell of blood. In the end, there were less than 5 survivors from the 2 platoons. One of them had his shoulder pierced through, revealing the white bone underneath. Chapter 2340. Sitting in his office, Clichen rubbed his temples as he listened to the police report. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He hadn't had a good rest for the whole day. His chest heaved with anger. Since the old government suddenly rebelled, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. Today, the strength of the Chinese ambassador made everyone feel pressured and humiliated. He and General Wu Weinu both wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of the ambassador who had humiliated them and then shift the blame to Ruolila. News came one after another, but in the end, they told him that the Chinese ambassador had escaped. 500 police officers were sent out. Some were dead, some were injured. In the end, only a dozen police officers could stand in front of him. Detonating the fuel tank, leading them to the crossfire between the old and new governments, and being shot by their own people and the old government, more than 100 police officers were instantly killed. And what about the Chinese ambassador? There was no news of his life or death. The Chinese side had begun to pressure them to find the missing ambassador as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would send troops into the neighboring countries to look for him. Now that there was civil strife, how could they allow the Chinese to send troops in? He was so anxious that he didn't know how many strands of hair had turned white. But what he didn't know was that there was more news that shocked and angered him. An official reporting the situation knocked on the door. Before Clichen could answer, he pushed the door open and came in. What? He escaped the city. The Chinese ambassador escaped the city. Clichen was shocked after hearing the report. What's the situation with General Wu Weinu? He didn't know how heavy the military's losses were. The official, sweating profusely, quickly replied, General Wu Weinu is furious. The 2 platoons stationed on the mountain were almost completely wiped out. Only 5 people survived. 2 platoons were wiped out. Only 5 people survived. Clichen, who was shocked, pressed his hands on the desk. He slowly sat back in his chair. What kind of people did the Chinese side send out? What kind of people did they send out? The people sent by Ruolila were wiped out, the people sent by the new government were wiped out, and now General Wu Weinu's 2 platoons were wiped out. Who were these people? How? How could they be so terrifying? Sitting back in his chair, Clichen's back was covered in cold sweat. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "Does General Wu Weinu have any arrangements?" After sacrificing so many people and letting the Chinese ambassador return, where would the face of their neighboring countries go? It was simply a great humiliation. They sent an elite platoon. There's no news yet, but the old government has also discovered the Chinese ambassador. The reporting official did not dare to speak loudly. Including the Chinese ambassador, there were only 6 of them. In the end, the 6 of them managed to wipe out hundreds of people. Even as he sat there, he felt a chill run down his spine. There was only one thought that flashed through his mind: the Chinese side is not to be trifled with. Their calculations were wrong. Although General Wu Weinu is very angry with the participation of the old regime, if the Chinese ambassador accidentally dies, we can directly explain to the Chinese that this is Ruilla's bad deed. Neighboring countries' new policies and military groups will definitely eliminate Ruilla to give China an explanation. This was the best way to push all the blame onto Ruilla. Clichin felt a little better when he learned that the military group had sent another elite platoon to hunt him down. The elite platoon was the special forces of the military group. Chapter 2341. With the help of the special forces, even if the Chinese ambassador escaped from the city, it would be difficult for him to escape from the hands of the special forces of the neighboring country. Clichin trusted the special forces of his country very much. Clichin took a sip of cold water to moisten his throat and smiled. General Wu Weinu is a truly great general. Everything he does is for the sake of democratizing our country. No matter what happened to the Chinese ambassador tonight, all the consequences would be borne by the madman Ruilla. Qin Xiu knew very well what the new policy was, and so did the Chinese side. G3, who had completed the mission, received the order to quickly provide support without delay. Damn it! Dirty tricks! After learning about the new policy and the military group's plan, G3 cursed in a low voice. He said in a tense voice, "In that case, let's play a trick too. Being kind to others is being cruel to ourselves. Major General, we can't be cruel to ourselves. If a tiger doesn't show its power, it will be treated as a sick cat? Bah! Either we don't play or we play big. Let's see who can win." Blowing up the oil depot was not a small matter. The Major General pondered for a few seconds before replying, "The oil depot is located in the north. The forest in the north of the neighboring country is connected to our country's forest. Once it is detonated, there will be a forest fire. Even if I agree with your idea, the military is unlikely to agree." The news from the diplomat made the military very angry. Now that Yi Qian had already broken out with our ambassador and taught the neighboring country a lesson, if they only blew up the oil depot now, the loss would outweigh the gain if the fire spread to our country's forest. They would have to send troops to put out the fire. G3 laughed coldly. His gravel voice was like a sharpened knife, revealing a sharpness that seeped into his bones. "Don't worry. Their oil depot is buried very deep. Even if a fire rushes up, the soil above will suppress the fire. There's also a small reservoir above. They set up the oil depot here, so it's obvious that they have made sufficient fire prevention preparations. The oil depot is not big and there isn't much oil stored. If we blow it up here, at most the neighboring country's military group will be angry, but they won't feel bad. Also, our face hurts from the heavy rain. Even if there is an open fire, the rain will extinguish it." Major General Liu was concerned about whether his country's forests would be affected. Since it was feasible. Major General Liu said in a low voice, "Give me 5 minutes to inform the higher-ups first." The small oil depot was located in the forest near the Northland Armed Forces. From here, it could be seen that the neighboring country's military forces were secretly preparing to attack the Northland. The northern lands were of great importance to China, and China did not wish for the northern lands to fall. the Major General spread out the map and sent it to the higher-ups of the Army Department at the same time. Soon, G3 received the latest order and said to his comrades, "Come, come, come, brothers. Let's help the Northland Armed Forces. Burn them all." After completing the decapitation mission, they arrived at the oil depot of the neighboring nation's military group. This was their logistics oil depot. If there was an explosion, the oil depot in the Northlands would basically be finished. Wiring, blow them all up. G3's tone was harsh, and his eyes were filled with hostility as he stared ahead. He said ruthlessly, "They are heartless, so don't blame us for being unjust. Since they want to play with us, I'll grant them their wish. Daring to play dirty tricks? Then let's play bigger." Half an hour later, the underground logistics oil depot of the neighboring country's military group in the depths of a mountain suddenly exploded. Raging flames soared into the sky, and a huge fireball soared up. It was like the power of an atomic bomb explosion, and a mushroom cloud appeared. Chapter 2342. When G3 and the others finally came out, they were covered with nearly 10 centimeters of dust. "You are all a bunch of useless trash. Useless trash." Even the logistics oil depot was found by Ruilala. "How did you all stand guard?" General Wu Wainu, who was part of the neighboring country's military group, was furious. This was a general who was quite unfriendly to China. His thoughts were completely inclined to the hegemonic countries. He believed that only by following the hegemonic countries could the neighboring country become the largest country in South Asia. Now that there was a fire in his backyard, he, who wanted to sit firmly on the hook, was furious. A small hidden logistics oil depot in the military was found and detonated in the most violent way. If the logistics were not guaranteed, how could they take down the North? Tonight, hit hard and chop off Ruilala's head. Chop his body into pieces. Wu Wainu thought it was Ruilala's fault and gave the final order. Concentrate all the artillery fire to annihilate. Looking at the furious General Wu Wainu, someone asked nervously, "Then, the elite platoon you sent out, are they still chasing the Chinese ambassador?" "Chase my ass. The rear was in chaos, what was there to chase?" General Wu Wainu, who took back the order, was obviously unwilling. From day to night, the new government and the military group, plus the people sent by Ruilala, still let the Chinese ambassador escape. It was really infuriating. However, it was not appropriate to continue chasing. They needed to put all their energy on Ruilala and wipe out all his forces in one fell swoop. There was a sudden explosion in a mountainous area of the neighboring country. Even China felt the tremors. Ruilala, who was in a mountain village near the north, heard the news and laughed like a trapped beast. "Good, good, good. Well done." This was the last voice Ruilala left for his subordinates. Wu Wainu and the allies concentrated all their firepower and launched the biggest fire attack. Soon, both sides received the latest report. The two commissioners sent by the Western hegemonic country were strangled with a shower curtain in the bathroom. Both sides were shocked. Both of them were killed in the same way. This was a warning to the neighboring country. It was not a personal warning to the neighboring country, but a country using this method to warn the neighboring country. Which country was it? The answer was obvious, but where was the evidence? There was none. Clichin and General Wu Wainu were so angry that their faces turned green. They had guessed that the deaths of the two commissioners were probably assassinated by the Chinese side. But what was the use of guessing? "General, do you think, the explosion of the oil depot?" A senior official from the Lin military group raised his suspicions. Could it also have something to do with China? As soon as he raised his suspicions, he was immediately rejected. That's impossible. China has always been neutral and has never taken the initiative to do anything that would harm other countries. I don't think China would be involved. It's not impossible. Look at how strong the Chinese side's attitude is this time. They swept away their previous concessions and suddenly launched an attack, making our side's situation much more difficult in an instant. The sudden launch of the drill caught them off guard. Although the Chinese side is suddenly strong this time, there is a reason for it. Now that their exercise has begun, and our flames of war are no longer concentrated in the north, the Chinese side will not bomb our oil depot again. The way I see it, the Northland Armed Forces and Ruilala are both possible candidates. Outside, the sound of the heavy downpour made people feel inexplicably annoyed. Chapter 23:43. General Wu Wainu's face darkened as he listened to their words. In the end, he slammed the table impatiently and shouted, "No matter who it is, we must shoot down Ruilala tonight. Pass down the order, fire fiercely, don't let Ruilala live past tonight." A logistics oil depot was gone just like that, and they didn't even know who blew it up. Would they be embarrassed if word got out? No matter who it was, they would only think that it was Ruilala's doing. The battle started at 7 at night and lasted until 2 in the morning. The gunshots at various crossfire points suddenly became louder. Yi Qian, who had shaken off their pursuers, had already abandoned their vehicles. They arrived at Nanyang within 2 hours in the heavy rain and sent the latest location back to China. It was 3:40 in the morning, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. The sky was still as dark as ink. G3, who received the latest location from J5, sped up. 20 kilometers away from us, quick. Keep up. G3, who was carrying a rifle, wiped the rain off his face and waved his hand. He sped up and walked into the dense forest. There were many poisonous insects in the forests of neighboring countries, and there were also drought leeches that would quietly stick to people and suck their blood. When they passed through the forest, they could shake out countless unknown insects with a shake of their bodies. Yi Qian, who was soaked all over, had a drought leech stuck to the back of his neck. It was sucking until it hurt. He raised his hand and touched it. He didn't know when, but the leech had already sucked until it was round. Yi Jian, who had just walked out of a hail of bullets, couldn't help but shudder. Yi Jian, who had just walked out of the rain of bullets, couldn't help but feel goosebumps. Drought leeches were longer and bigger than water leeches, and the suction cups were tighter. It might not be possible to pull it off by hand. She said to K7 beside her, "Help me, dry leech." "You got hit? Where?" K7 stopped and turned on the flashlight in his hand. In the rainy night, he saw a black thing stuck to the back of Yi Qian's neck. Yi Qian pulled out the dagger, and the sharp blade touched his skin. He could feel the cold touch. He could feel K7 using the blade to pry open the suction cup at the front of the leech, and then the suction cup at the other end. It sucked blood until the bloated thing fell off. K7 raised its leg and stomped on the ground. Then, it raised its leg and stomped on the ground to bury the black leech and the crimson blood. The rain washed away the leech, and there was not a single trace left behind. Yi Qian was not the only one who was stained. Along the way, almost everyone was stained. There were stains on their arms, legs, and even on Shui Ying's face. The rain was too heavy, which made it difficult for them to walk in the forest. They grabbed the leaves with one hand and slid down slowly on the thick withered leaves. If they were not careful, they would fall on their buttocks and their tailbones would hurt so much that their facial features would be twisted. The air in the forest was not fresh. Walking in the valley, other than the smell of rotting trees, there was also the smell of burning smoke in the wind. It was 4:30 p.m. Although the rain did not stop, there was finally a thin line of smoke in the sky. Yi Qian, who had braved the rain and climbed up the mountain, saw thick smoke billowing in the mountains to the north. There was the smell of burning oil in the wind. They looked at each other, and there was an answer in each other's eyes. There was the smell of burning oil in the wind, and the heavy rain could not suppress the smoke. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like an oil depot explosion. It was possible that the underground oil depot had exploded. The collapse of the soil around the oil depot would cover the fire, and the thick black smoke would rise into the sky. That was why they couldn't see the fire. Chapter 23:44. J5's gaze flickered slightly, and a dark glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. From the direction, why did it look a little like the route G3 and the others would take to complete the mission? Could it be G3 and the others doing? Since they were still in the neighboring country, they could not confirm if their pursuers were still behind them. After a short rest, they immediately set off. According to their original plan, they should have arrived at the rendezvous point by now. After rushing out of the city and being circled by their pursuers, they were already an hour late. There's a sound. Yi Qian, who was going down the mountain, whispered. He pulled Xianxia and quickly hid behind a tree, using the dense foliage to hide their figures. J5 and the others were already hiding behind a tree. They held their breaths as they listened to the faint rustling sounds at the foot of the mountain. When they tried to listen more carefully, the rustling sounds they heard earlier had disappeared. It seemed like the people walking had also discovered them and immediately stopped to hide. Damn, don't tell me we've encountered the local armed forces. The T6 combatant, who was wearing a military uniform of an unknown country and had paint smeared on his face, whispered to Z7. At the same time, he gripped his rifle tightly, ready to fire in the next second. Z7 Han Zheng shook his head and stared coldly ahead. The people above did not move. It was obvious they had also discovered them and were in a silent standoff. This kind of standoff was very time-consuming. And they could not afford to waste time. Yi Qian and the others felt that they could not afford to waste time either, so J5 spoke in the neighboring country's language. He had just spoken when a loud shout came from below. Damn! I was so scared my heart almost jumped out of my chest. It was the T6 combatant's voice. Those on top of the mountain rushed down the mountain, while those at the foot of the mountain rushed up the mountain. The tense standoff was immediately broken. Several figures flitted past the trees like cheetahs to welcome their victorious comrades. I was so scared I had a heart attack. I thought we'd encountered the local armed forces and was wondering if we should fight them. In the end, you made a sound. The gun in my hand almost slipped out of my hand. The excited T6 combatant did not pay attention to his image. He rushed up and roared, his voice full of joy. Yi Qian is behind me. There's also the ambassador. Kid, pay attention to your image. J5 hurriedly reminded his comrade in case he said something even more rude. It couldn't be helped, sometimes soldiers could be very rude in private. Even their team leader, Q King, who was an elegant man, would swear in front of her. Yi Qian was there too. The T6 combatant immediately said, whoosh. His relationship with Xianxia was still ongoing, so he could not afford to leave a bad impression on Yi Qian. In the heavy rain, the comrades in arms bumped fists and palms against palms. Yi Jian, who had a smile that was brighter than the rising sun, greeted the 7 members of G3 one by one. The sudden reunion made all the comrades so happy that they couldn't suppress their smiles. After greeting each other, the two groups of people stood in their respective positions and gave their comrades a military salute for their triumphant return. Once again, we've met again, and once again, we've completed our mission. You will always be the comrades that I trust the most in my heart, the comrades that I'm most proud of. News of the meeting between the two parties quickly spread back to the country. The higher-ups in the military who knew about it all heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, everything was safe and sound. Then the next thing to do was to condemn the neighboring country. At 8 a.m., everyone arrived at the border between the two countries. A helicopter was already waiting for the hero's return. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the helicopter's propellers rotated at high speed, crushing the surrounding vegetation. When the helicopter took off and left, some of the vegetation was even snapped by the wind. Chapter 23:45. It didn't matter if he apologized or not. The little fox that he was so worried about was coming back soon. Reporting. The soldier's loud voice came from outside the door. Xia Jinyuan turned off the television and opened the door with his long legs. His little fox had arrived at the Border Defense Company's helicopter airport. Xia Jinyuan didn't need the soldier to lead the way. He strode towards the Border Defense Company's airport. On behalf of the military, he was going to welcome the brave Special Forces soldiers back to their country safely. After the helicopter landed, Qin Xiu was the first to come down, followed by Yi Qian, followed by the male soldiers. And the ones who welcomed them back were the soldiers who would always be their strong backing. The deputy commander of the Yun province military region who sent them off stood at the front of the rows of pine trees. When all the heroes came down, he shouted in a deep voice, "Salute!" Swoosh! In the heavy rain, hundreds of soldiers in combat uniforms raised their hands and saluted at the same time. They saluted quickly and fiercely. Their standard salutes brushed against the wind and rain, bringing with them the fierce and unyielding military might of the soldiers who would never give up. Yi Qian, J5, G3, and more than 10 other Special Forces soldiers faced the grand welcome. They stood at attention and saluted. They used their return to tell the country that they had completed their mission. The whole scene was grand and passionate, making people's eyes turn red. Xia Jinyuan stood not far away and looked at his beloved girl. He looked at his lover who fought side by side with him. He looked at her towering figure standing in the sun. His tightly pressed lips finally lifted into a smile. That was his pride, a pride that he would protect with his life. His girl had grown up. She was no longer a delicate little girl, no longer a little girl who trembled and was afraid of her first target. His girl had become an indomitable and fearless soldier. She used her gun to defend the country's dignity and used bullets to tell those people why China dared to be strong. He accompanied her through the wind and rain and witnessed her metamorphosis again and again. Finally, she broke out of her cocoon and became the most dazzling star. Yi Qian, who had shaken hands with the deputy commander, seemed to feel something. Her gaze passed through the rows of soldiers and landed in the distance. She saw the most familiar figure, tall and slender, as proud as a mountain. Their gazes were separated and even passed by the soldiers. In the crowd, in the mountains and rivers, no matter where you are, my gaze will always find you. Because standing there, you are the target that I will never give up on. Yi Qian, whose face was covered with fine scars, smiled. Her lips curved and her eyes revealed the sweetest, most beautiful, and most gentle smile. Every time she returned, she would always see the figure that he was waiting. Chapter 23:46. As the soldiers left, Xia Jinyuan's figure gradually disappeared from Yi Qian's sight. Yi Qian didn't stay any longer. She said to J5 softly, "Q King is here. I'll go look for him first." His wound was still recovering, and he was standing in the rain waiting for her. She had to hurry over and drag him back to his room. "Q King is here?" J5, who didn't notice anything, looked around and asked Yi Qian to leave first. He was one of the few people who knew about their relationship. Yi Qian didn't stay any longer. She followed the soldier's footsteps to look for the figure who left. She didn't need to spend any effort to look for him. The figure who was waiting for her was definitely not far away, quietly waiting for her arrival. Yi Qian walked very quickly without looking back. She didn't notice that there was a gaze following her closely. "Is Yi Qian in a hurry? Why are you in such a hurry?" After talking to the staff sent by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Xiu walked over to J5 and asked in a low voice, "Shouldn't she be changing first?" The rain had been pouring since midnight. Although she was a female soldier, she was still a girl. Walking in the rain for 8 to 9 hours was very bad for a girl's body. J5 naturally wouldn't say that Yi Qian was going to see Xia Jinyuan. He smiled and said, "She's a female soldier. She can't change with us male soldiers. She left in a hurry to change alone." This explanation was very good. Xianxia didn't suspect anything. They were going to go back to their rooms to take a shower, rest for a while, and then set off for Beijing. Yi Qian had already seen Xia Jinyuan. The tall and slender man was standing in front of her with a smile on his handsome face. He was looking at her with gentle eyes as he walked over step by step. He stood still and waited for Yi Qian to come to his side. Yi Qian, whose clothes were completely soaked, walked very quickly. Xia Jinyuan could even see water droplets dripping from the corners of her clothes and pants. Her shiny black hair was completely soaked, and it stuck softly to her body, accentuating her fair skin and exquisite facial features. The high-intensity battle did not tire her out at all. Her eyes were bright and shiny like gems. Xia Jinyuan suddenly did not want to stand there anymore. He wanted to go over and hug his lover. He was no longer standing in the corner. He moved his long legs and strode towards her like a shooting star. Yi Qian's smile deepened. He was standing in a blind spot and would not be easily discovered. Now that he had walked out, any soldiers passing by would be able to see him. So what if she saw him? A hug at such a time was not just a hug of lovers reuniting, but a hug of a comrade returning safely. As he strode over, Yi Qian couldn't help but trot over. Yi Qian still had an injury on his waist, so he had to be careful. Xia Jinyuan did not care about his injury. It was precisely because of his injury that he did not participate in this operation. When he found out about the new policies of the neighboring country and the shameless scheme of the military group, he really wanted to grab 2 guns and rush to the neighboring country. Now that the lover he was worried about was back, he did not care about his injury. When he got closer, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face darkened slightly. There were several thin streaks of blood on her fair face. The longest one ran from the corner of her eye to her chin. After being drenched in the rain, the area around the wound was already red and swollen, showing signs of inflammation. Xia Jinyuan gently touched her wound with his fingers. His thin lips were tightly pursed as he wrapped his long arms around her and pulled her tightly into his embrace. His tall and straight body arched slightly and hugged Yi Qian like a harbor. Yi Qian could not help but gently close her eyes. His warm embrace made her tense body and mind completely relax. Chapter 23:47. His embrace was her harbor. She felt more at ease now that she had returned to her harbor. Congratulations, Qing Niao. He hugged her tightly and called out her code name in a low voice. This was a hug between comrades in arms, not a hug between lovers. Yi Qian took a deep breath of his refreshing scent and opened her eyes. She smiled and replied, "Thank you. I made you worry." He was indeed worried, but he also felt proud. "My little girl has grown up. I'm proud of you, little fox." Xia Jinyuan couldn't bear to let go of her in his arms. Her small and soft body was in his arms. Instantly, all the emptiness in his heart was filled. He truly felt that she was back, safe and sound. He felt a little helpless. He clearly told her that no matter who went out to fight, the people who stayed behind should wait patiently. There was no need to worry, no need to be afraid, even if they had to sacrifice themselves, that was the path a soldier should take. But when he found out that she had gone out to fight alone, accompanied the Chinese ambassador to a war-torn country without any equipment, he felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy object. It was so painful that his heart stopped beating. Waiting was a scary thing. It was torturous both physically and mentally. If he wanted to get used to fighting separately, he had to get used to it too. Yi Qian felt his arm tremble slightly and knew that he had been worried about her. She patted his broad back gently and said softly, "Because you are my goal. I have to work hard to catch up to you. I can't let you wait too long." This little fox, sometimes she was so silly that, it made his heart ache. Just because she knew that he had suppressed his promotion, she felt sorry for herself. She didn't feel sorry for herself either. She felt sorry for herself and how tired she would be if she worked so hard. Those cuts on her face, didn't she hurt? She still had the mind to catch up to him. He couldn't bear to see her tired, but sometimes he could only stand by and watch her tire. He lowered his head and kissed her temple. Go back to your room and change first. Rest for the night and I'll send you back to school tomorrow. Your school leaders have called the military and hope that you can go back as soon as possible to prepare for the drill in May. Compared to a cadet, Yi Qian had taken too many days off. The academy leaders were worried that if he kept taking days off like this, Yi Qian's results would be unstable. Qin Xiu, who was holding an umbrella in his hand, looked at the leaving figure quietly. Through the curtain of rain, he looked a little dignified. He wanted to give her an umbrella, but what he saw was. She was jogging impatiently, like a swallow returning to the forest, into the arms of a man in military uniform. Between heaven and earth, it was as if only that pair of figures hugging each other existed, and he was an intruder who saw a scene that he shouldn't have seen. Lover? Comrade? He suddenly felt a little uncertain, but in his heart, he hoped that it was her comrade and not her lover. J5 walked over and saw Qin Xiu's hand holding the umbrella's rib a bit tightened. Looking at the two figures leaving, J5 felt his eyelids suddenly twitch as an incredible thought flashed across his mind. It can't be. Impossible. Did he make a mistake? Was he thinking too much? The ambassador likes Qing Niao? Happy Qing Niao? J5 felt his eyelids twitch even harder. Things can't develop like this, Qing Niao. Q King had his eyes on her a long time ago. He had been waiting for her for several years. But he couldn't explain anything now. J5 pretended not to see and smiled. Ambassador, let's go back to our room and change as soon as possible. It's not easy to come back home, we don't want to catch a cold. Chapter 23:48. Qin Xiu, whose chest felt heavy, lowered his eyes slightly and quickly concealed the undercurrent in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, okay. He wanted to ask who the man who hugged Yi Qian was, but when the words came out of his mouth, he found it difficult to say them. He had to admit that he was a little timid. He was afraid that he would ask the answer he didn't want to hear the most. J5 didn't want to say anything. He held the umbrella and walked with a natural expression, as if what he saw just now was nothing out of the ordinary. Fortunately, the two of them knew their limits and separated after hugging. If the ambassador really wanted to ask, he could explain that it was a comrade in the military. Otherwise, it would be really hard to explain. He had to remind the two of them later that they had to exercise more restraint. They were in a secret relationship. Even a simple hug would reveal a different kind of sweetness. It would be best if they didn't hug each other so that others wouldn't be able to tell that something was going on. All of a sudden, J5 felt that he was very worried. Previously, because Yi Qian was still underage, he was worried that Xia Jinyuan would break the rules and date an underage girl. Now that Yi Qian was an adult, he was still worried. Yi Qian was a military school student. How could he date? If that was the case, he would have to continue worrying until Yi Qian graduated. In the meantime, he would probably have to cover for the two of them. It was tiring. He was a worrisome person. Even when his comrades were in a relationship, he had to be on tenterhooks about it. When they reached the second floor of the Border Defense Company, J5 breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way, the diplomatic ambassador, who had a verbal battle with a neighboring country's negotiator, remained cold and calm. He didn't say anything and just walked slowly. Every step he took was extremely steady. It looked like he was strolling in the rain, happy and carefree. In fact, that wasn't the case at all. Walking beside him, J5 could clearly feel that the ambassador's aura had become very fierce. It swept away his elegant temperament and was even more powerful than yesterday's negotiation. Previously, J5 thought that he was overthinking things. Now, it seemed that he didn't expect it at all. This outstanding diplomat was really interested in Yi Qian. That's right, Yi Qian was really attractive. Especially those who were extremely outstanding, such as Q King, they would all be attracted to her. Now, with the addition of an outstanding diplomat, J5 was not surprised. Qin Xiu closed the umbrella and gently shook off the water droplets on the umbrella. He smiled at J5 and said, "Thank you for your hard work these days. Have a good rest. See you later." "You're welcome, Ambassador." J5 closed his umbrella and replied calmly, "See you later." Qin Xiu's room was on the second floor, while J5 and the others were on the first floor. J5 stood still and politely watched Qin Xiu go upstairs with the umbrella. Watching the ambassador walk up the stairs step by step, J5 couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could completely relax, he saw the ambassador suddenly turn around. J5's nerves tensed up. He looked at the ambassador's face, which was drenched by the rain but still looked exceptionally elegant, as if it had been carved from fine jade. The ambassador asked him with a faint smile, "Which room is Yi Qian in? What happened to not asking? Why did you ask?" J5 smiled and said, "She came back earlier than all of us. I'm not too sure which room she's in. Is there something you need from her, Ambassador? I want to ask if she's returning to the capital or returning to the academy. I want to see if she needs to explain the reason for her leave to the academy. If necessary, I plan to accompany her back to the academy." Qin Xiu said with a smile. J5's heart tightened when he heard this. It seemed that this ambassador was suspicious. "Rest assured, Ambassador. Yi Qian's mission is arranged by the military. The military has already communicated clearly with the academy, so there's no need to trouble you, Ambassador," J5 replied calmly. His tone was normal, and there was nothing strange about it. Chapter 2349. Seeing this, Qin Xiu didn't ask any more questions. There were some things that didn't need to be asked in detail. Just by looking at it, he already had the answer. Without asking any more questions, Qin Xiu said, "See you later." Then he turned and went upstairs. When he looked up, there was a faint darkness in his eyes. He didn't need to get the answer from someone else. He wanted to hear Yi Qian tell herself. But, what right did he have to ask about her personal matters? Facing an outstanding diplomat from another country who was deliberately making things difficult for him, he felt unprecedentedly confused about his children's affairs. If Yi Qian really had a boyfriend, what would he do? Give up? Or continue to pursue her? Knowing that she already had a boyfriend, if he continued to pursue her, wouldn't he be an immoral third party? Psychologically, he couldn't get over this hurdle. But when he thought about giving up, Qin Xiu closed the door, but his slender fingers holding the umbrella didn't put it down. Qin Xiu's fingers were very slender, and his joints were as delicate as his person. Even though he was holding the umbrella tightly, the lines of his fingers were still beautiful. After a while, he put the umbrella in the corner with a cold expression. He took off his suit and unbuttoned his white shirt while thinking about walking towards the bathroom. Giving up was also difficult. He couldn't go against his morals, and he didn't want to give up. Then let's just leave it at that. He would pretend that he didn't know anything, that nothing had happened, and let nature take its course. After turning on the showerhead, Qin Xiu raised his head and let the warm water splash on his face. Soon, the bathroom was filled with steam. Amidst the sound of the water, the man's slender but graceful body was faintly discernible in the steam. Qin Xiu, who had been learning Sanda for a long time, was also a classic example of a man who looked thin in clothes, but had great body when he took them off. Yi Qian, who came back earlier than him, had already finished washing up. She sat on the edge of the bed and dried her hair by herself with a hairdryer. There was no one in the room. The man who came back with her saw the countless small cuts on her palm. His eyes were clouded and he went out to get the first aid kit. With some pain on her face, Yi Qian put down the hairdryer and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. She saw a few bloody cuts from the shrubbery on her face. The cuts from the corner of her eyes to the side of her jaw were the most conspicuous. Her skin was the kind of skin that wouldn't get tanned no matter how much it was in the sun in her previous and current life. After being drenched for 8 or 9 hours, her originally fair skin was sickly pale, and this made the bloody cuts on her face even more. There were many wounds, and there were signs of inflammation. No wonder Captain Xia immediately sent him back to his room to get the first aid kit. She had to treat it. Although she didn't really care if there was a scar on her face, she couldn't let the wound get infected. Yi Qian's in the bathrooms to see Xia carrying the first aid medicines. Doctor, S.A. Doctor. Yi Qian nodded her head in satisfaction when she saw that he had changed into his military uniform and was now dry. S2's have they been taken care to be treated? To treat to have it be treated to be treated, T-test to be taken care of those wounds T-s treated S's treated A's. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but sigh when he saw how worried she was about the wound on her waist. His gaze fell on the wound on her face, and he reached out to hold her wrist. Mine's fine. It's already scabbed over. You're the one who's in trouble. Come here and treat the wound on your face first. There are still 2 broken shards stuck into your flesh at the corner of your eye. Don't you feel it? 2 more shards stuck into her flesh. She really didn't feel it. Chapter 23:50. She subconsciously wanted to touch it, but she suddenly stumbled into his arms. As she fell into his arms, she heard his low voice say helplessly, "You still want to touch it? Do you want to pierce it deeper and leave a memento?" Seeing her injured, whether it was a big injury or a small one, his heart ached. He knew that it was inevitable, but his heart still ached. He wanted to put her in the palm of his hand to dote on and pamper her, but he had to let go because of his profession. He wanted to see her get hurt, see her suffer, and see her suffer. It was said that one could not see the rainbow without going through the rain. As Special Forces soldiers, they might not be able to see the rainbow even if they went through the rain. The next second, it might be eternal darkness, and they might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. He and she were Special Forces soldiers who had gone through storms and walked on the edge of the blade. They were calm when facing their own injuries, but in the eyes of the other party, they were heartbroken. He also knew how much her heart ached when she saw the injury on his waist. He also knew how worried she was when he went missing. Yi Qian did not touch it again. She threw herself into his arms and said with a smile, "Don't leave such a small injury as a memento. The injuries on your body are the real memento." Hearing her indifferent tone, Xia Jinyuan felt bitter in his heart. He also wanted to protect her well and make sure that she did not get hurt at all. He also wanted to face all the dangers in the war, and she only needed to stand behind him. He also wanted to, but he only wanted to. He lowered his head and kissed the girl who did not want to get up from his arms. His warm lips kissed her softly on her forehead. "Brave little fox, let's pick out the thorns first. I'll let you hug me when we're on the bed. Let her hug me when we're on the bed." Yi Qian glanced at the 1.5-meter double bed from the corner of her eye. With his height of 1.8 meters, he would have to curl up to lie on it. The curtains were drawn in the room, and Xia Jinyuan turned on the bedside lamp. He carefully looked at the 2 thorns that pierced the corners of her eyes. They were a little too deep. The needle used to stitch up the wound was disinfected with alcohol. His fingers gently pressed against the corner of her eyes. His deep and dark eyes stared at the few deep thorns. He said softly, "The thorns are a little deep. It will hurt to take them out. Bear with it." The thorns pierced into the flesh instantly, so there wouldn't be much pain. Especially when she was fully focused on the battle, she didn't even feel anything when the thorns cut her face. It was a little painful to use the needle to pick out the thorns in the flesh. When the tip of the needle touched the hard thorns gently, Xia Jinyuan saw Yi Qian's long and black eyelashes flutter. He subconsciously blew on the thorns as if to coax a child that it wouldn't hurt. He even coaxed gently, "It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Be good, it won't hurt in a while." Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud at the way she was trying to coax a 3-year-old. When she laughed, the corners of her eyes twitched, scaring Xia Jinyuan so much that she quickly moved the needle away from her hand so as not to stab her. "Be serious. You're not allowed to laugh." He pretended to be angry and spoke with a threatening face, but in less than 2 seconds, he broke his facade. His handsome face was gentle as he continued to coax her. "It'll be fine soon. It's not 2 thorns, but 3. It's been stuck in your flesh for so long, and you've been drenched in water for a few hours. The wound is too close to the corner of your eyes. Don't let it fester and hurt your eyes." He usually didn't have time to take care of her. Now that he was by her side, as her boyfriend, he naturally had to take good care of her. Yi Qian didn't move again. The sharp needle had touched the edge of her eyelashes just now, so she wasn't afraid that it would fester and hurt her eyes. She was afraid that if she laughed again, the tip of the needle would accidentally poke her eyes. Chapter 2351. Every Special Forces soldier knew how to perform simple suturing operations. Removing a thorn was a piece of cake. After removing all 3 thorns, there were 3 bloody cotton balls on the stainless steel plate. The thorns were indeed deep, but fortunately, they weren't long. It wasn't much of a problem to remove them with iodine. His face, palms, elbows, and knees were all injured to varying degrees. The most shocking injury on his leg was the injury on his calf. After a night, the injury on his calf was bruised, and there were even purple spots of blood on it. Xia Jinyuan didn't say a word as he poured safflower oil onto his hands. He rubbed them until his palms were hot, then he pressed them against Yi Qian's calf and rubbed them. Yi Qian didn't even know when he had been hit. He lay on the bed and endured the pain while Xia Jinyuan rubbed away the blood clots. Slowly, his calf began to feel a burning sensation. The warm energy brought an indescribable sense of comfort. You don't have experience fighting alone in the jungle, but the J5 soldiers do. Why didn't they remind you to check your body for injuries that need treatment? If it's inconvenient to use safflower oil, they should at least spray it with painkillers. Your skin is fair to begin with. Even a slight bump would leave a bruise. Now that you're bleeding under your skin, the J5 soldiers on the helicopter should have reminded you to treat it. Xia Jinyuan's deep voice was a little tense. If you listened carefully, you could faintly hear the anger in his voice. She didn't know if the oil had a hypnotic effect, but the warm energy slowly crept up from her calf to her head. The warmth was exceptionally comfortable, and even her drowsiness slowly crept up. Yi Qian listened indifferently. The corners of his lips curled up as he replied, "It's okay. It's not as serious as the last time you kicked me. The bruises you left behind last time only disappeared after the new year." Xia Jinyuan's right hand, which was rubbing her calf, paused. He felt helpless. He wasn't afraid of anything since he was young. He could do whatever he wanted outside the house and had been like this for the past 20 years. Until now, there was only one thing he was afraid of. He didn't look up. He poured the safflower oil and rubbed the bruises on her calf. He smiled helplessly and said, "Little fox, are you remembering? What should I do? What do I have to do for you to forget?" She was talking about last year's training with the Marine Storm team. In order to teach her how to play tricks on the battlefield, he taught her a lesson. His purpose was to let her remember that there was no such thing as playing tricks on the battlefield. Only true abilities were needed. Who would have thought that she would still remember it after more than 2 months? Now, he was afraid that she would mention it. Your boyfriend is really ruthless. It's hard to forget him. Yi Qian answered in a muffled voice. Lying on the bed, Yi Qian's breathing gradually became longer. By the time Xia Jinyuan raised his head to ask what he should do, Yi Qian had already fallen asleep. She was too tired after 2 consecutive nights of high-intensity combat. Now that she had returned to the safe harbor, she couldn't stop herself from falling asleep. Xia Jinyuan's hands didn't stop moving. Looking at her sleepy face, he realized that she didn't really want to argue with him when she mentioned it. At the same time, he reminded himself that it was normal for him to have bumps and bruises during training and combat. It had nothing to do with his comrades. On the other hand, he was a little scared. Although he was a little scared, if he had to choose again, his choice would still be the same and wouldn't change. The room was very quiet. It was a peaceful time to enjoy. Xia Jinyuan's hands moved until he pushed the purple blood away. Chapter 2352. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and the room was slightly cold. In order to prevent Yi Qian from catching a cold, Xia Jinyuan carefully placed her legs on the bed and gently covered her with the quilt. He carefully twisted the corners of the quilt before getting up. He put away the medicine and opened the curtains to let in the fresh, moist air to disperse the smell of medicine in the room so that she could sleep better. After he was done, Xia Jinyuan did not go to bed to rest. Instead, he sat quietly in the lounge chair alone. His handsome face was slightly cold, and he seemed to be thinking about something. If J5 did not knock on the door, he would probably sit there until Yi Qian woke up. Is Yi Qian asleep? J5 heard Xia Jinyuan open the door very softly, so he knew that Yi Qian was asleep. He pointed to his room and said with a slightly serious expression, "Come to my room to talk about something." J5's room was next door. Because he had just taken a shower, there was a faint smell of soap in the room. After pouring tea, J5 sat down and frowned. He said in a deep voice, "The ambassador might have noticed the relationship between you and Yi Qian." Before he went back to his room, he asked me if Yi Qian would return to Beijing. If not, he planned to send Yi Qian back to school. Q King, not only did he discover something, but he also seems to be interested in Yi Qian. Qin Xiu and Yi Qian seem to be interested in each other? Xia Jinyuan focused on this sentence. How can you tell that he is interested in Yi Qian? The two of you hugged each other in the rain. TSK TSK TSK, it shocked the world and made the gods cry. Anyone with eyes can see that there is something going on between the two of you. What's more, he seems to be interested in Yi Qian. J5 glared at him, but in the blink of an eye, he gloated, "Q King, your competitor this time isn't just ordinarily strong. V8 told me that the ambassador had a verbal battle with 2 negotiators from a neighboring country. His aura was fierce, and he didn't give in to the country's dignity. When he was offended, he pressed on and made the other party speechless. Yi Qian was there at the time. He was full of admiration for Qin Xiu. With such a strong rival in love, Q King, you have to be careful." Just because of this, he had to be careful? Xia Jinyuan stretched his legs lazily and leaned back in his seat. Even his voice sounded nonchalant as he said, "My relationship with Yi Qian is not something that can be attracted to Yi Qian with just one exciting negotiation. I'm just a little surprised. Qin Xiu is interested in Yi Qian, but I didn't notice it at all." You're quite confident. Overconfidence is arrogance. Don't be too proud. If you ask me, the ambassador has a better chance of winning than you. J5 poured cold water on Qin Xiu without hesitation and listed out his good points. Handsome, you don't have to say it. You can see for yourself. His temperament is as elegant as the nobles sitting in the palace. He's witty and knowledgeable. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. He knows how to behave himself. Most importantly, he's a diplomat. He also fights for the country, but his sacrifice rate is lower than ours. He also has more holidays than us. Most importantly, his focus is on the country. As long as he has the time and the heart, he can fly to the military academy to visit Yi Qian in the night. Q King, what do you think your chances of winning are? If you ask me, you have the advantage in terms of time. The analysis was not bad. It did sound very threatening. But so what? The love between him and the little fox was not based on romance, nor was it based on time spent together. Their love was completely based on the fact that they were willing to put their lives in each other's hands. They were willing to fight side by side and vanquish their enemies together. Chapter 23:53. Through the smoke of war, through the flames of war, his and little fox's love wasn't something that could be easily interfered with. Xianxia raised his eyes. His disdainful gaze was filled with the unruffled domineering aura of a powerhouse. He spoke cheerfully and wittily with an irresistible force. So what? He likes Yi Qian. I can only say that he has good taste. But that's his own business. What does it have to do with me and Yi Qian? Such confidence, with a hint of arrogance, made J5 click his tongue. Q King, I couldn't tell. Back then, you were so afraid that Yi Qian would be pursued by others, but now you're so confident. You're actually not worried about Yi Qian being pursued by other men at all. I don't believe that when you heard me say that the ambassador is interested in Yi Qian, you didn't feel nervous at all, J5 said with certainty. Then, he looked at Xianxia without blinking, trying to discover something. Before he could discover anything, the domineering Lieutenant Colonel Xia frowned and admitted, a little, but it's okay. My girlfriend is so outstanding. There will probably be more flies flying around in the future. I have to work harder. Not nervous? Nonsense. How could he not be nervous? Xianxia, one of the top young masters in the capital, a language genius, the youngest diplomat, the most handsome diplomat, the most promising diplomat. His long list of most was enough to make people's eyes linger. Just as J5 said, he was lucky that he won in terms of time. If the young Xianxia and the young Yi Qian met, Lieutenant Colonel Xia's eyes darkened. Then, he really wouldn't know whose girlfriend Little Fox was. It wasn't that he was belittling himself, but Xianxia was indeed very outstanding. His character was also quite good. Among the young masters in the capital who didn't have any scandals, Xianxia was one of them. Even the old man at home said that Xianxia alone was enough to support the Qin family. Apart from family Xia and his children, old Master Qin had only commented on two other people. One was Xia Jinyuan's brother-in-law, Li Jinyan, and the other was Xianxia from the Qin family, who was worthy of being a role model in Beijing. From this, it could be seen how outstanding Xianxia was. Wasn't he nervous? How could he not be nervous? But this kind of thing couldn't be solved just by being nervous. The main thing was to let the other party know the difficulty and back off. Here came the problem. His current identity was still that of a boyfriend who couldn't see the light of day. How could he make her back off? J5 saw that he was deep in thought, and his eyes flashed with a teasing smile. Suddenly, he thought of a very important thing. Something was wrong. What he wanted to say was not that the ambassador had taken a liking to Yi Qian. Why was it that he and Q King were analyzing the chances of the ambassador winning? His main point was that the ambassador had found out about the relationship between Q King and Yi Qian. Stop. Let's not talk about whether the ambassador will become your love rival and make you feel threatened. Q King, our main point now is how you're going to deal with the ambassador if he finds out about your relationship with Yi Qian. This was a very serious matter. Although the military academy didn't explicitly state that students weren't allowed to date, everyone knew that dating in the military academy had a bad influence. Once the academy found out, they would come out and talk to the students first. The military academy students were the future of the country's national defense, and they were also the backbone of the country. During their time in school, all of their energy should be spent on their studies. From a personal point of view, it was understandable why military academy students would date, but from a national point of view, love would always come second. Chapter 23:54. Yi Qian was so outstanding that J5 didn't want her relationship to leave a bad mark on her military academy career. He was worried that as more and more people found out, Yi Qian would be implicated in the end. You too, Sai, why don't you continue to bear with it? Meet less, chat less, and travel less together. If you really need to meet, why don't you bring a few more comrades with you? What if the two of you travel together and there's a bit of distance between them? Don't let others see any signs. J5, who was worried sick, came up with one idea after another. It could be seen that he was really thinking for Xia Jinyuan and Yi Jian. However, Xia Jinyuan had already considered this matter, so it wasn't a big problem for him. However, because Yi Qian was worried that her relationship would affect the academy, he understood her concerns and respected her decision. Seeing J5's serious expression and unconcealed worry, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Qin Xiu, although I'm not familiar with him, I believe he's not the kind of person to gossip. Since he discovered something but didn't ask any of you, it's obvious that he's not someone who likes to ask about other people's private affairs. The Qin family has strict rules. If he really likes Yi Qian and discovers my relationship with Yi Qian, I think with his upbringing, he won't do anything immoral to interfere with other people's relationships. After all, he's a diplomat who represents the image of the country, not an ordinary person. Anyone who interferes with their relationship would be a third party. With Qin Xiu's upbringing and pride, he wouldn't allow himself to become a third party." After hearing Xia Jinyuan's detailed explanation, J5 felt that he was worrying for nothing. He yawned and waved his hand with a tired expression. "I have to go to sleep. When the situation in the northern land stabilizes, we should return to the base and prepare for the overseas competition." Xia Jinyuan didn't intend to leave yet. He raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "I haven't asked you anything yet. Why are you in such a hurry to sleep? We haven't seen each other in a while. Let's catch up and have a chat." J5 stood up with his hands on the armrest of the chair and slowly sat back down. "What do you want to talk about? Or do you want to ask me something?" Since he didn't even let him rest, it was clear that he had something to ask. "I want to know more about Qing Niao's performance in this operation," Xia Jinyuan said. If he didn't want to ask about Yi Qian, he wouldn't disturb his comrade's rest. He crossed his slender fingers and there was still a faint smile on his handsome face, but the darkness in his eyes was slightly darker. This is the first time she has received a mission to protect the safety of an important person. I want to know some details about her operation this time. She probably wanted to know if Qing Niao had any shortcomings. The smile on J5's face disappeared, and his expression gradually turned serious. Qing Niao's performance has always exceeded our expectations. She's very calm, and her reaction speed is amazing. When did she have car training? This time, we were surrounded by more than 10 cars. Her driving skills were eye-opening. A one-sided breakout from the encirclement has truly shocked all of us. There's a car training ground in the southern province. She basically spent all her time there during high school. Xia Jinyuan saw the unconcealed admiration in his comrade's eyes when he mentioned Yi Qian, so he knew that his little fox had performed well in this operation. His thin lips curved slightly, and there was a faint smile in his dark eyes. She seems to have an extraordinary talent for combat training. As long as there's a start to any training, the follow-up will always surprise us again and again. Chapter 2355. Then we were right. When she broke out of the encirclement, Old V, Old K, and I also guessed that Qing Niao must have undergone professional special operations vehicle training in the southern province. Talent. J5 let out a long sigh. Her talent isn't just focused on one type, it's all round. Take a look at her shooting skills. No one in our team has reached her level of shooting so far. When she gets a gun, there's a three-dimensional image of the gun in her mind. It's even a living one. She can clearly feel where the bullet passes and where it goes. She can complete the shot without deliberately aiming. Q King, Qing Niao's talent is amazing. Even a veteran like him was envious. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. This was natural. Otherwise, how could little Fox have carried out so many important missions before reaching the age of puberty and still be remembered by the Navy commander? His little Fox was an all-rounder talent. Judging from your expression, Qing Niao's mission this time was not bad. What about her shortcomings? From the perspective of a veteran Special Forces soldier like you, what does she need to improve? Or does she need to improve? Xia Jinyuan had heard a lot of praises for Yi Qian. He wanted to know if she had any shortcomings. Only by constantly discovering her shortcomings could she continue to improve. J5, I need to know if she has any shortcomings. Please tell me carefully and seriously, Xia Jinyuan said slowly, word by word. There was an indescribable coldness in his voice. Sensing his seriousness, J5 couldn't help but straighten his back. At present, Yi Qian has no shortcomings. As if he had something to say, Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips. But there are still shortcomings. Please ask. There were too many uncertainties in a mission. With him by their side, he couldn't guarantee that their lives would not be in danger. Without him by her side, when he couldn't see, he only hoped that she could cooperate well with her comrades and return safely. Qing Niao is more suited for individual actions. As for group actions, although we cooperated well and completed the battle beautifully, we were always worried that she would suddenly rush out and complete a mission by herself. I think it's because we haven't been training together for a long time. She's not in the army, so she can't participate in our daily coordination and training. It's normal for such a problem to occur. In the future, when she joins the army and trains with us, these problems will naturally be solved. Yi Qian's individual combat ability was so strong that sometimes the J5 and the others could not keep up with her. And Yi Qian was a sniper who had been trained by Principal Chen, a world-class sniper. An individual's independence was greater than the group's training. Therefore, the other comrades were worried that she would suddenly finish the mission ahead of schedule. There were two problems. First, although Yi Qian had established a tacit understanding with the Snowfield Brigade, it was only the beginning. She had not established a tacit understanding with all her comrades, so there was a certain degree of unfamiliarity. Second, Yi Qian was not used to working as a group, or rather, working with the group to complete the mission. She completed the mission too quickly, so the comrades behind her could not keep up with her. The two problems were actually one problem: the tacit understanding was not good enough. Chapter 2356. Xia Jinyuan, who had already figured out the reason, fell silent. After a long time, he pursed his thin lips and said, "Our teamwork still needs to be improved. After we go back, I'll redo the weekly training plan." Qing Niao's individual combat ability is strong, which means that the combat ability of the male soldiers still needs to be improved. We can't slow down and wait for the male soldiers just because her individual combat ability is too strong. Our training is only about chasing, not waiting. J5, you're the vice captain. You'll take the lead to improve our individual combat ability. Yes, sir. J5 nodded and said seriously, after the battle with Qing Niao, I've also been thinking about this. We need to improve our individual combat ability as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to take on any high-risk missions in the future. Even though the Snowfield Brigade was now the top special forces in the country, if they didn't innovate and work hard, they would be eliminated. They trained for war and to win. Only by improving their individual combat ability day after day, year after year, could they continue to stay in the Snowfield Brigade. Qing Niao's strong individual combat ability was also a warning to them. With J5 in charge, Xia Jinyuan was very relieved. Seeing that they had been delayed for a long time, Xia Jinyuan got up and prepared to go back to his room to accompany Yi Qian. J5 got up and asked him, "Have you informed Yi Qian about the overseas competition?" She's the only female soldier in our team. You should know that, right? I only found out yesterday. You rest, I'll go back to my room. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to disturb his comrade's rest. He stood up and patted his comrade's shoulder. You don't have to worry too much about Yi Qian and me. You don't have to worry about Qin Xiu either. If he really asks, tell him to come and ask me himself. My relationship with Yi Qian. Anyway, it won't affect anything just because he's an outstanding diplomat. I'll keep an eye on him and won't let him take advantage of me. After he finished speaking, he walked back to Yi Qian's room with big, elegant steps. J5 couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. What he said made sense, but in reality, he was still a little nervous. After all, his love rival was very powerful and not an ordinary person. As a comrade in arms, he naturally stood on Q King's side. He was not happy that Yi Qian was snatched away by the ambassador. The ambassador was very outstanding, but no matter how outstanding he was, he could not be compared to his comrade in arms who fought side by side with him. After returning to his room, Xia Jinyuan gently closed the door and walked to the bed. He saw that the girl he liked was still in her original position, and even the smile on her face had not disappeared. She was sleeping soundly. Xia Jinyuan didn't know that the second he saw Yi Jian, his eyes had become exceptionally soft. Even his heart felt like it was swimming in a pool of water. His military aura became soft and soft. He was a hot-blooded soldier who fought for the country, but he was also an ordinary man who was filled with tenderness when facing the girl he loved. After taking off his military jacket, Xia Jinyuan lay down on the bed very gently. As soon as he covered himself with the quilt, Yi Qian, who was sleeping soundly, took the initiative to move closer to his arms like a little animal. She then moved a little and found a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. Xia Jinyuan looked at her, who was sleeping soundly, with a defenseless and innocent smile on her face. He couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was quite proactive. He was still thinking about how to make her sleep in his arms without waking her up. Now that she took the initiative to move closer to him, he was pleasantly surprised. It also showed that even though she was sleeping soundly, she knew that the person lying next to her was him. This kind of reliance that was like a natural instinct made Xia Jinyuan very satisfied. Chapter 23:57. He gently caressed her shoulders with his hand from the back of her neck. His dark eyes were filled with a gentle smile. He lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. Sleep well, little one. Throughout the journey, it could be said that she was solely responsible for Qin Xiu's personal safety. J5 and the others were responsible for the perimeter. Yi Qian's contribution to not injuring Qin Xiu despite being heavily surrounded was undeniable. This also showed that she had the dedication of a soldier. Such Yi Qian made Xia Jinyuan feel proud and heartbroken at the same time. With Xia Jinyuan by her side, Yi Qian slept very soundly and peacefully. With him by her side, she didn't have to think about anything. She could sleep and eat whenever she wanted. She was relaxed and carefree. She really enjoyed this kind of leisure time together. Xia Jinyuan was in good spirits. During this period of recuperation, he had made up for all the sleep he had lost. Now that his girlfriend was lying in his arms and he was hugging her soft body, his heart was filled with tenderness. He closed his eyes for a while, then slowly opened them again to look at Yi Qian's sleeping face. He didn't rest at all and was thinking about something. Qin Xiu was also a man of character. As for his taste, it was extraordinary. However, after meeting Little Fox a few times, he fell in love with her. Just as J5 said, Qin Xiu was a very strong love rival. His love rival was too strong, and he worked in the country. If he wanted to, he could go to the military academy to look for Little Fox at any time. With his ability, going there once or twice a month was not a problem. However, his Little Fox wasn't stupid. If Qin Xiu really went to look for her frequently, she would definitely notice. When that time came, she would avoid him and Xianxia wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Just like how he used to chase her. If he didn't chase her to a corner and leave her with no way out, she would never show up easily. Xia Jinyuan gently tapped the tip of her nose with his slender fingers. Thinking of the appearance of a strong rival in love, he smiled indulgently and said, "Little thing, you've only carried out a mission, but you've already attracted a lot of attention. Tell me, why are you so likable?" Xianxia, the youngest and most promising diplomat. He also has a handsome face that even I have to admit. If you really take another look at him, my heart will definitely ache for a long time. Little thing, I'm going to be jealous for half a day. You're doomed. If I become jealous for half a day, I'll torture you so much that you won't be able to leave the bed for the whole day. You can't even look at other men. I, Xia Jinyuan, have always been arrogant. Now that you've taught me a lesson, you have to take responsibility. When you look at a man, you can only look at your own man, understand? Lieutenant Colonel Xia did not speak. He spoke softly, seemingly helpless, but in reality, every word he said was filled with affection. As he spoke, Lieutenant Colonel Xia narrowed his unfathomable black eyes. His gaze was like that of a large, ferocious beast, his eyes twinkling with fragmented light. He felt a little insecure, so he had to think of a way to make himself feel safe. Therefore, when Yi Qian opened her eyes, she saw a handsome face that was filled with faint sadness. Yi Qian blinked gently and naturally leaned into his embrace. Did I sleep for a long time? I seem to be able to sleep well with you by my side. Lieutenant Colonel Xia loved to hear such sweet nothings. His thin lips curved as he laughed softly and said, "It's all right. It hasn't been that long since the sky turned dark. You probably slept for 9 hours. 9 hours. She actually slept for 9 hours. Yi Qian widened her eyes in disbelief. She propped herself up with one hand and looked out the window. The sky really did turn dark. This was not a normal sleep. No wonder she felt hungry when she opened her eyes. From last night until now, she had only drunk a few mouthfuls of water and had not eaten any dry food. Chapter 23:58. Come, let's get up and eat something first. The warm bedside lamp went off. Xia Jinyuan stretched out his long arm and turned on the main light in the room. The bright light illuminated the entire room, allowing Yi Qian to see the sadness on his face more clearly. Captain Xia, something's not right. After washing up, Yi Qian, who had changed into her uniform because it was cold, sat down to eat the military meal. After taking a bite of the meal, she looked up at Xia Jinyuan, who was staring at her deeply. When she was half full, Yi Qian couldn't help but ask him, "I've seen Captain Xia's rascally, arrogant, domineering, and murderous side, but this is the first time I've seen a sad side of you. I'm a little surprised, so I want to ask you, where does this sadness come from?" For some reason, Yi Qian felt that she might have asked the wrong question. Sure enough, the man sitting across from her took a sip of the hot soup and said slowly, "I'm thinking about how to give myself to you." Give myself to him. Fortunately, the soup wasn't hot. Yi Qian resisted the urge to spit out the soup and swallowed it down. After a while, she caught her breath and said rather embarrassedly, "I just came back from a mission, and you're already thinking about giving yourself to me? Every time I go on a mission, the first thing I regret is not giving myself to you. Every time I come back from a mission, I regret not giving myself to you. This cycle has been going on for several years." Xia Jinyuan sighed softly, and the sadness on his handsome face deepened. "This is a problem that has been bothering me for several years. Little fox, why don't you do it with me? You can be harsh, you can be gentle, you can be forceful, you can be forceful. Do it in one go and give me a quick death. What do you think?" Yi Qian, who had almost lost the ability to organize her words, put down her spoon and pushed the plate away. She looked at the man sitting across from her expressionlessly. Harsh, gentle, forceful, why do I feel like I'm going to be a rapist? Captain Xia, are you sure you know what you're saying? Xia Jinyuan nodded. I'm sure. It's because I don't feel safe at all. After thinking about it, the only way out is to sacrifice myself. Yi Qian resisted the urge to throw a plate of leftovers at him. He forced a smile and said, so what you're saying is that you'll feel safe if you give yourself up? Did he get it wrong? He was a man, not a woman. Wasn't the sacrifice referring to women? How could he say that it was a man sacrificing himself to find a sense of security? He had seen scoundrels before, but he had never seen such an unreasonable scoundrel. Yi Qian was both angry and amused. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into Yi Qian's mouth. You're offering yourself to me, but I don't dare to accept it. Eat a piece of meat as compensation. 10 years later, eating meat would become a graceful expression of love between a man and a woman. Xia Jinyuan had no idea how a piece of braised pork could compensate him. His gaze deepened and he smiled. I lack a sense of security. After thinking about it, I still think it's not a bad idea to offer myself to you first. Why don't we do it in a few days? As pitiful as he was, he still had to rely on offering himself to find a sense of security. Yi Qian did not believe him. He glanced at him and snorted. Save it, Captain Xia. Uncle said that you liked to be a scoundrel since you were young. You mustn't agree to anything easily. He had never seen a father take the initiative to trick his own son. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's mouth twitched slightly. He gritted his teeth at Commander-in-Chief Xia. His son charged forward with the intention of taking over the position in one fell swoop, but in the end, he dragged me back with all his might, and he even had the time of his life. Chapter 23:59. He kept telling him to treat Xiaoyi well and that it was not easy to find a girlfriend like Xiaoyi. Especially someone like you, who doesn't know what to do, it's even harder. If it weren't for your good looks, Xiaoyi would definitely look down on you. If you don't treat Xiaoyi well and a love rival comes along and takes her away, you won't even have a place to cry. Don't even think about entering the family Xia's door. He made it sound so serious, but in the end, he kept tricking him behind his back. Was he trying to help his son find a wife soon? Or was he purposely making things difficult for him? Little fox, my father doesn't get along with me. When I was young, he liked to find fault with me, and when he grew up, he liked to pick on me. You've seen how he usually treats me. All the sons in the world can do it, but not me. You must be vigilant and not be fooled by him. In order to make himself give himself to her sooner, Lieutenant Colonel Xia began to sigh. You have to trust me, not him. His favorite thing to do is to ruin my plans. Even Old Master and Old Madam often criticize him. Seeing that Commander-in-Chief Xia's words had a huge impact on Yi Qian, Lieutenant Colonel Xia didn't hold back and tried his best to overthrow the image of Commander-in-Chief Xia in his girlfriend's heart. Holding her hand, he said seriously, when I think about how you'll be going back to that military academy with too many young men tomorrow, I really don't feel safe. I'll have to give myself to you. His expression and tone were serious, but the smile in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Yi Qian knew that he was teasing her again. Her watery eyes moved slightly, looking around with sparkling eyes. Really? Why don't we do it now? Here? As long as you're willing, I'll do it any time. Xia Jinyuan saw that she was squinting her eyes. Her curved eyebrows made her look like a sly little fox that was squinting her eyes and basking in the sun lazily. He was laughing in his heart. How could he not know that this little fox in front of him was trying to checkmate him? Looking at her comfortable smile, Xia Jinyuan's deep eyes seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of sunshine that could warm Yi Qian's heart. Yi Qian put down the chopsticks in his hand and propped himself up with one hand on the high table. At the same time, he stretched out his other hand and made a flirtatious gesture. His index finger curled slightly and hooked Xia Jinyuan's delicate chin. Even his expression was somewhat frivolous. Every time I see Captain Xia's face, my imagination does run wild. Yi Qian stood up and leaned towards Xia Jinyuan as he spoke. In the end, their breaths were just inches apart. Just a little bit more, and Yi Qian would have kissed his thin, sexy lips. But she didn't. Under his calm and unruffled gaze, Yi Qian stopped. They were so close that they could see each other's eyelashes clearly. Since Captain Xia is always thinking of giving yourself to me, why don't I fulfill your wish for once? Her eyes sparkled like diamonds and shone like stars. The slyness in the depths of her eyes let Xia Jinyuan know that this little fox didn't really want to fulfill his wish. She just wanted to tease him instead. Sigh, little girl, he really wasn't teasing her. He really wanted to give himself to her. It wasn't just a normal desire, it was an urgent desire. How pitiful. Who would have thought that a dignified demon king like him would have to rely on giving himself to find a sense of security in the end? It was as the saying goes, sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you've done. Chapter 2360. When Lieutenant Colonel Xia said that he didn't have a sense of security, it wasn't entirely true. Qin Xiu's appearance gave him a wake-up call, making him even more aware that the girl he had grown up holding hands with had already become the most dazzling star, attracting the attention of those sufficiently outstanding adult men. Although he said that he wanted to give himself to her, he actually wanted to stabilize their relationship. Born in a family, Lieutenant Colonel Xia was influenced by his ancestors. Deep in his bones, he still had some feudal thoughts. Once the two of them were husband and wife, they would be husband and wife for the rest of their lives. He desperately wanted to become husband and wife with Yi Qian. He wanted to make this dazzling star completely belong to him. Seeing the sly look in the eyes of the girl in front of him, that pair of eyes that had always maintained a sense of distance from others, when looking at him without the slightest bit of defense, his little fox also liked him and trusted him wholeheartedly. This kind of trust was the most secure button between him and her, and no one else could think of getting between them. Xia Jinyuan said half-truthfully. Seeing that she was teasing him and even flirting with him, Xia Jinyuan's inferiority complex started to stir again. The two of them were too close, and the delicate lips he had been longing for were only a finger's length away. With such a good opportunity in front of him, if he didn't kiss her, he would feel sorry for himself. Thus, while Yi Qian was waiting for his answer, Xia Jinyuan suddenly leaned forward and immediately shortened the distance between their fingers to 0 distance. The two of them were now lips and teeth. Although Lieutenant Colonel Xia had never been in a relationship before, and even his first kiss was offered to Yi Qian, he had a high comprehension ability. Even though they had only kissed a few times, after each kiss, his kissing skills improved by leaps and bounds. After a few kisses, he had a kissing technique that made Yi Qian blush. His nimble tongue invited Yi Qian's soft tongue to dance with him, and he sucked the tip into his mouth slowly. Ever since he was a child, Xia Jinyuan had the habit of chewing peppermint. His breath always had a refreshing and comfortable peppermint flavor, which was Yi Qian's favorite refreshing flavor. When the tip of Yi Qian's tongue was sucked, his kisses alternated between deep and light kisses. Yi Qian, who had been supporting himself with one hand on the round table, had no choice but to support himself with both hands to prevent himself from losing his balance due to his weak knees. Men had a natural desire to conquer, and it existed in every man, especially men like Xia Jinyuan, who were born like kings. Their desire to conquer was far greater than that of ordinary men, and it even carried a sense of dominance. Being teased, he clasped the back of Yi Qian's neck with one hand. As his breathing became heavier, his kiss became deeper and deeper. He did not even let go of the tip of Yi Qian's soft tongue and delicate lips that were like flowers. The temperature in the room seemed to gradually rise, and sweat slowly overflowed from his forehead. His noble and handsome face had a faint trace of rouge, leaving behind a thin layer of color. This was the color of passion. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian's skin color had one thing in common: no matter how much they were exposed to the sun, they could not get tanned. Even if they were exposed to the sun, the worst that could happen was a layer of skin peeling off, revealing their fair skin. At this moment, he was aroused. His fair and handsome face had a faint rouge-like color, which made him look even more handsome and elegant. His brows were like mountains and rivers, and only the majestic green mountains could be seen. He was as handsome as a god. Seeing that her breathing was getting heavier, Xia Jinyuan finally stopped his invasion and ended the kiss that made their hearts race. Chapter 2361. He let go of Little Fox in his arms so that she could breathe some fresh air. Little Fox, your lung capacity is still not enough. It needs to be improved. Xia Jinyuan chuckled deeply. His voice was hoarse and so sexy that it made one's ears tingle. Looking at Yi Qian, who was as beautiful as a peach blossom, Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes became even darker. His sexy Adam's apple, which represented his masculinity, couldn't help but move slightly. This kiss was a little deep, kissing to the point that her eyes were moist. Her lips were bright red and slightly opened, revealing her white teeth. Her red lips and white teeth made her look even more beautiful. The more Xia Jinyuan looked at her, the more he felt like his heart was being scratched by 100 cat claws. He hurriedly looked away in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, just as he lowered his eyes, his gaze was locked on her again. He had to admit that the girl he had been protecting had really grown up. She had gradually matured from her initial naivety and was emitting a fruity fragrance that tempted him to commit a crime. His gaze only lingered on her chest for a few seconds before he felt the string called rationality in his brain instantly tighten and straighten. It felt like it would break at any time with her breathing. This is troublesome. He had said half-truthfully that he wanted to succeed. Now, he had really succeeded in the end. Yi Jian was still adjusting her breathing until the feeling of suffocation dissipated a lot. She supported herself with both hands on the round table and looked up at him with her watery eyes. She answered rather stubbornly, "Captain Xia seems to be a little lacking." Otherwise, how could a small kiss make Captain Xia look like he's drunk? Yi Qian didn't even realize that at this moment, her face was as beautiful as a peach blossom. She was so beautiful that Xia Jinyuan, who was separated by the round table, felt so hot that his back was covered in layers of sweat. Is this a challenge to me? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. There seemed to be a small fire in the depths of his dark eyes. The fire sizzled as if it could burn 1,000 miles away. Yi Qian raised his hand to fan himself and answered courageously, "Since that's what Captain Xia thinks, it can be understood that way." She really was a little fox that wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. She actually dared to challenge his rationality at this time. Xia Jinyuan, who had been restraining himself all this while, raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, looking rather worried. Since the letter of challenge had already been issued, how could he refuse? Then let's continue. Xia Jinyuan was a man of action. Soldiers had always been swift and decisive. Since he had made up his mind, he would naturally put it into action. He kissed Yi Qian. He didn't want to be a gentleman, he just wanted to kiss Yi Qian. His long arm wrapped around the back of Yi Qian's neck with great precision. He used an extremely domineering method to make it impossible for Yi Qian to dodge. His lips were once again kissed by him. In a domineering manner, with gentle movements, he carefully and affectionately traced the shape of her lips. He didn't want to say a word. Instead of saying more, he would rather take action and tell her how much he missed her. But no matter how impulsive he was and how tight his heartstrings were, Xia Jinyuan always restrained himself and did not cross the line. Even his hands were very well behaved and didn't move. Since they couldn't cross the line, they could just stick to each other for a little longer. Instead, Yi Qian, who liked to be with Xia Jinyuan, didn't reject kissing him. When they were deeply in love, she took the initiative to greet him and tell him that she actually missed him too. Although the kiss was very gentle, their breathing became erratic. The air in the room also became scorching hot. It was so hot that their foreheads and backs started to sweat. It was so hot that a thin layer of mist formed in their eyes. This was really a kiss that messed up their hearts. Chapter 2362. Compared to Xia Jinyuan's straightforward and undisguised desire, Yi Qian was much more reserved. Her face was as red as the morning sun, and the seductive look in her eyes was like peach blossom petals blown by the wind. It was so seductive that it made Xia Jinyuan even hotter. She was beautiful, too beautiful. She was so beautiful that he was willing to lower his head just to please her. Yi Qian only knew that his knees were so weak that he had to lean on the round table to maintain a stable posture. The lovers who had been separated were reunited, and their feelings for each other were so strong that it was like dry wood colliding with a raging fire. The kiss was out of control. Xia Jinyuan had always known that when he was in front of Yi Qian, his self-control would plummet in a straight line and eventually reach zero. With one hand on the back of her neck, Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had lost all his self-control, began to feel a little impulsive from the kiss. He was almost unable to control himself. At this moment, Yi Qian, who was about to stand up, mumbled, "Captain Xia, let go of me." Who would have thought that the sentence would turn into and soft moans that could not be formed into words. Xia Jinyuan could clearly hear the string called rationality in his mind snap with a snap. The string called restraint in his heart snapped along with it. While gasping for breath, Xia Jinyuan, who was reluctant to end the kiss, simply used the strength of his lower body to push the round table to the side in a very manly manner. Yi Qian, who was caught off guard, suddenly widened her eyes. She had concentrated all her strength on the round table, and now that the round table was suddenly pushed away by him, Yi Qian's entire body naturally pounced directly into Xia Jinyuan's arms. It was just a kiss with a special forces soldier, but Xia Jinyuan managed to push the round wooden table between them to the side. When Yi Qian pounced over, the young lieutenant colonel happened to hug her. Yi Qian was a little embarrassed. He was not afraid of biting his tongue. She was beautiful, and her voice was even more beautiful. Her beauty carried a hint of seduction, causing him to be completely intoxicated. Xia Jinyuan, who had finally ended the kiss, lifted his head and looked at the girl in his arms. His voice was hoarse as he asked softly, "Little fox, what you said just now, was it true?" What? Yi Qian was very nervous. He was so nervous that he was stuttering. She looked at Xia Jinyuan with her moist eyes, which were like countless little hooks, gently hooking the soul of this special forces soldier. Sacrifice? When I said sacrifice, are you serious? I'm serious now. Xia Jinyuan fixed his gaze on her face and said, "I really want to give myself to you right now." He endured until his forehead was dripping with sweat. Yi Qian could even see a drop of sweat slowly sliding down his handsome face and quietly sinking into the army green shirt he was wearing underneath. The army green shirt was tightly buttoned, and the top button was tightly buttoned. It was so strict that it exuded a sense of abstinence. Yi Qian, who had been staring at the drop of sweat, did not say a word. When the sweat sank into the collar of his shirt, Yi Qian seemed to have felt something and couldn't help but gulp. This action became a silent invitation, a silent agreement. The man, who was standing steadily with Yi Qian in his arms, suddenly had a deep, unfathomable look in his eyes. It was like a deep, unfathomable ancient well. Deep down, there were huge waves, slowly forming a whirlpool that could suck in people's souls. Without stopping, he carried Yi Qian, turned around, and walked towards the bed. Chapter 2363. Yi Qian, who was also sweating from nervousness, supported herself with both hands on his broad shoulders and allowed him to carry her to the bedside. He was deeply attracted to Yi Qian, who was as beautiful as a peach. How could Yi Qian not be attracted to him? At this moment, she was attracted to Xia Jinyuan, who only had eyes for her. Both of them were in love with each other, and their feelings were so strong that Yi Qian didn't have the self-control to reject Xia Jinyuan's offering. Lying on the bed, Yi Qian was so nervous that her hands secretly clutched the quilt. Perhaps because she had been with him for so long, Yi Qian had become bolder. Even when Xia Jinyuan began to unbutton his shirt, Yi Qian opened her eyes wide and didn't close them out of shyness. He had a good figure and wore the military uniform that showed off his military aura. The tailored military uniform made him look even more slender and tall, towering like a mountain. He first took off his jacket and didn't throw it aside carelessly. Xia Jinyuan, who loved and cared for military uniforms, hung the jacket on the coat rack. As he walked over, he raised his hand slightly to unbutton his shirt. Sensing Yi Qian's burning gaze, Xia Jinyuan paused in the middle of unbuttoning his shirt. His handsome eyes, which were slightly surging with emotions, looked over with a smile and caught Yi Qian's unblinking gaze. His thin lips curved slightly. "Little fox, why do you look so interested in me taking off my clothes?" Yi Qian couldn't help but admire beautiful things. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was undoubtedly beautiful in her eyes. Even the simple act of buttoning his shirt made her heart pound. Hearing this, she admitted frankly, "It's pleasing to the eye. I am indeed very interested." In her heart, she added, "He's even more charming when he's not wearing formal clothes." Although Yi Qian didn't have any opinions about men, she couldn't help but take a second look at men in formal clothes. This was the case in her previous life. She always felt that men who wore suits and leather shoes and went in and out of high-rise buildings were very cultured. In her previous life, she didn't interact with many people and her knowledge was too limited. The security company was located in the most famous financial street in the city, and the office building was in the best location in the entire financial street. The men and women who went out in formal clothes were so confident that they walked with confidence. At that time, she was quite envious of these people. As a result, even though she had lived two lives, she still liked men who wore formal clothes and had a certain temperament and upbringing. Xia Jinyuan looked especially elegant in formal clothes, and when he wore his military uniform, he was fierce and fierce. Due to his temperament, occasionally, when he wore casual clothes, he looked like he was wearing formal clothes. This was exactly what Yi Qian liked. Of course, Xia Jinyuan was very happy that his girlfriend appreciated him. A woman would doll herself up for her lover, and so would a man. Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed in a low and deep voice. "Why do I feel a little nervous when you see it like this? Why don't you take a step back?" Why would he be nervous? Yi Qian didn't believe him. "Captain Xia, you look very relaxed from head to toe. You're not nervous at all. You just can't see that I'm nervous." Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at her hands that were clutching the quilt. She was obviously nervous but pretending to be calm. She was like a budding flower, a little shy and a little charming. His heart had already melted into water. He really wanted to hug her and love her. Just the thought of it made the heat in his body go on a rampage. It was like a wild beast that wanted to break out of its cage. It was so crazy that even he was shocked by it. The girl lying on the bed didn't do anything. She was just looking at him with a smile, but it was enough to make him crazy. Chapter 2364. His craziness was even more obvious tonight. He was slightly agitated, which increased his sense of crisis. She also agreed to let them have a deeper understanding of their relationship. She was already not very strong to begin with. Now, she was seducing him so blatantly. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. He looked at Yi Qian gloomily, and his deep voice sounded drunk. "Tonight, no matter how nervous you are, you have to continue. Little fox, you have nowhere to run." Yi Qian knew what he meant by continue. His face burned even more, and he stuttered, "I'm not running away." As she lowered her eyes, her gaze inadvertently swept across the lower half of his body. When she accidentally saw a certain part, Yi Jian's mind exploded with a boom, he reacted so quickly. Seeing his body's honest reaction, Yi Jian swallowed with difficulty and suggested with a dry mouth, "Captain Xia, why don't you take off your clothes with your back facing me?" It was too scary, as if a giant beast was about to rush out. Seeing her blushing face, Xia Jinyuan's heart softened. He quickly looked down at his lower body. "Not bad, brother, you're giving me face." Bending down, he placed his hands on the edge of the bed and gently kissed her forehead. He was so nervous that his forehead was covered in sweat. After the light kiss, he didn't get up. Instead, he looked at her from a close distance. His deep eyes had a dark look that was determined to win. "You can't turn around. I like to look at you," he said in a low voice and got up again. Seeing that she was nervous, he deliberately teased himself to slow down. Unexpectedly, when she saw his body's honest reaction, her little face tensed up again. Yi Qian's heart trembled uncontrollably. His hands clutched the quilt so hard that creases appeared. When Xia Jinyuan got up and took off his clothes quickly, Yi Qian's gaze fell on his slender fingers again. His fingers were long and slender, with well-defined joints. They were elegant and strong. When he held the gun, they were fierce. When he unbuttoned his shirt, they were sexy. After unbuttoning both sleeves, he raised his head slightly and unbuttoned the top button of his shirt with his elegant and slender fingers. After the buttons were unbuttoned, Yi Qian couldn't help but gulp. His voice was a little loud, which made Xia Jinyuan chuckle. He stared intently at Yi Qian and smiled. "You seem to be more anxious than I am. It seems like there won't be any problems with my virginity tonight." Yi Qian, who was staring at his fingers, did not seem to have heard what he said. He nodded and said, "Yes, no problem. This is good." Her answer made Xia Jinyuan's blood flow even hotter. As the first button was unbuttoned, a corner of his shirt was unbuttoned. It was this corner that made him look extremely sexy and seductive. Yi Qian, who was lying nervously on the bed, suddenly felt all the blood in his body rush to his face. In an instant, his face became hot and dry, as if it was on fire. Xia Jinyuan, who was taking off his clothes, kept his gaze fixed on Yi Qian's face. Naturally, he saw all the changes on her face. He saw the surprise in her eyes when he took off his jacket, and the fire in her eyes when he unbuttoned his military uniform. At that moment, Xia Jinyuan realized that his little fox liked to watch him take off his clothes. It seemed that he had misunderstood. He thought that she liked his face, but it turned out that she liked to watch him take off his clothes. With this discovery, Xia Jinyuan knew what he had to do. Since she liked to watch, then he would make her even more satisfied. Chapter 2365. It wasn't just women who targeted men, it was also men who targeted women. The buttons on the light green shirt were unbuttoned one by one. Yi Qian saw the man standing by the bed, revealing a small part of his sexy chest. Then, he pulled out the corner of his shirt that was tucked into his trousers. His slender fingers slid down the edge of the shirt and unbuttoned the last button. Yi Qian felt her mouth go dry. She couldn't help but swallow to moisten her throat. Xia Jinyuan smiled. She looked at him with a burning gaze. It was obvious that his was very successful. He had perfectly locked onto little fox's gaze. His thin lips curved slightly. He didn't immediately take off his shirt. Instead, he stopped and looked at Yi Qian with a deep and burning gaze. Compared to taking off his own clothes, he wanted to see her take off his clothes. Yi Qian didn't meet his gaze. Instead, her gaze landed on the shirt that he hadn't taken off completely. From the corner of her eye, she looked at the sexy chest that was faintly discernible under the unbuttoned shirt. As long as he took off his shirt completely, she would be able to see his muscular upper body. Yi Qian waited for him to take off his shirt for a while. She couldn't help but blink. Why isn't he taking off his shirt? She was still waiting for him to take off his shirt completely. Just as she thought about it, Xia Jinyuan's deep and sexy chuckle came from above. His chuckle instantly woke Yi Qian up. She was startled and hurriedly looked away to hide her embarrassment. Her cheeks became even redder and hotter. He must have been laughing at me. I was mesmerized by watching him take off his shirt. Yi Qian was so embarrassed by her behavior that she wanted to get up and run away. Embarrassing, embarrassing, so embarrassing. The blushing Yi Qian made Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curve even higher. He said in a deep voice, "Look here, little fox." Yi Qian, who had already looked away, looked up reflexively. She saw the man who was originally standing slowly leaning down as her gaze landed on him. Yi Qian's eyes widened even more. Her gaze was deeply attracted by his eyes. It was as if there was a magnet in his eyes that had already sucked her into the depths of his soul and she could not escape. "Are you satisfied now? Do you want to have more fun?" He slowly leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. There was an obvious undercurrent in his eyes. Yi Qian couldn't help but tighten his grip on the blanket. Tonight, Captain Xia's sacrifice was most likely going to succeed. She was already tempted by him and wanted to drink water to quench her thirst. Xia Jinyuan, whose shirt was completely unbuttoned, approached Yi Qian. His scorching hot breath was like a giant net, instantly trapping Yi Qian. Yi Qian felt as if her entire body was on fire. She couldn't help but close her eyes, and her hands secretly gripped the blanket even tighter. She was so nervous that even her eyelashes were trembling slightly. She was like a butterfly that had jumped into a flower. Her wings were trembling, making her look pitiful. "Little fox, I've already unbuttoned my shirt and you're helping me take off my clothes?" He didn't completely lean down. Instead, he placed his hands on both sides of her shoulders and stared at her with a gentle yet scorching gaze. He coaxed her in the softest voice, "Be good. Raise your hands and help me take off my clothes." This man was also the pinnacle of masturbation. It wasn't like a woman's actions. It was more like an impulse that came from the darkness. Even though he knew it was dangerous, he couldn't help but want to embrace the darkness. This kind of temptation was a temptation to human nature. It was difficult to escape. Yi Qian didn't want to escape. She liked this man's sexiness and loved every part of him. Even if she knew that there was a dark abyss in front of her, she would step forward without hesitation. She would throw herself into the darkness and fall into the abyss. Chapter 2366. She hooked her arms around his neck and used a little strength to pull him close to her. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "But I prefer to watch Captain Xia take off his clothes." The moment she opened her mouth, Xia Jinyuan's deep and unfathomable eyes suddenly became turbulent. It was as if he would swallow Yi Qian whole in the next second. That gaze made Yi Qian's scalp tighten a little. "You." She had just opened her mouth to say one word when the man, who was originally slightly elegant, came over her like a storm. His tall and straight body pressed against hers, and in the end, his body was tightly pressed against hers, leaving no gap between them. His kiss came with a domineering swallowing force. It was like a stormy wave that broke the dam and drowned all of her rationality. "Yi Jian, my baby," he said in a low voice. His voice made a circle on the tip of his tongue. Although it was vague, it made Yi Jian's heart beat even faster. Thump, thump. Her hands had unknowingly slipped into his unbuttoned shirt. Her scorching palms were pressed against his skin. She could feel the firmness of his skin and feel the blood vessels under his skin expanding. A steady stream of heat seeped through his skin and into her palms. "Injury, your injury. Be careful." At this moment, she still remembered the injury on his body. Xia Jinyuan's kiss was a little hurried. There was sweat dripping from his forehead. His drunken voice was so sexy that it made the air a little intoxicated. "It's okay. It's already scabbed. I'll be careful." Slow down. My mouth hurts." Yi Qian mumbled. He kissed her too hurriedly and with too much force. Her delicate petal-like lips were tingling a little. The palms of her hands on his shoulders were also sweating. When she was really nervous, her palms would sweat. He must be very nervous too. His muscles were tense and had lost their elasticity. They were as hard as stone. There was also a thin layer of sweat seeping out from under his skin. Their sweat mixed together, making his shoulders wet and slippery. Thump, 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 his heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. It was so hard to breathe. The oxygen in the air was so thin that he had to open his mouth to breathe. Her red lips were slightly parted, making it easier for Xia Jinyuan to plunder her. His breathing was also very heavy. His hot breath sprayed onto Yi Qian's face, so hot that even her pores couldn't help but tremble. This time, Xia Jinyuan's kisses did not stop at her lips. As his breathing became more and more shallow, his kisses slid down from her bright red lips to her small and round earlobe. The soft and exquisite feeling made him unable to resist nibbling on it gently with his teeth. Yi Qian's body was already trembling slightly from the scorching hot breath. Suddenly, he was caught off guard and bit his earlobe with the tip of his teeth. His throat let out an uncontrollable moan. It was intermittent, sometimes shallow, sometimes long, sometimes high, sometimes low. This was the first time Xia Jinyuan heard such a sound. His tall and straight body trembled violently as he heard her moan. He was so excited that his handsome and cold eyes were faintly red. Gentler, gentler, it hurts a little. He was so excited that he didn't know how to control his mouth. Yi Qian couldn't help but beg for mercy in a low voice. It couldn't be helped. When it came to sex, Xia Jinyuan was an inexperienced newbie. He had accumulated some experience with the green vegetables and tofu soup from before, but that was only enough for him to handle it with ease in the beginning. As they went deeper into sex, the newbie Xia Jinyuan couldn't control himself anymore. Chapter 2367. If he couldn't hold it in, he wouldn't be able to control his strength. Yi Qian begged for mercy in a low voice to remind him, but it was undoubtedly the wrong time to do so. This reminder was equivalent to directly arousing the hidden beast in the man's body. How could he be gentle? He only had more strength than ever. From her earlobe to her slender, swan-like neck, Xia Jinyuan panted heavily and used all his martial arts skills. It was all an inexperienced kiss. He was so excited that he could even make low, deep sounds in his throat. It was sexy, hoarse, and full of possessiveness. Yi Qian pulled her hands out of his clothes. The stimulation of her senses made her hug his head tightly with both hands. It was like she was rejecting him but welcoming him at the same time. The temperature in the room was even higher. The two people on the bed were already drenched in sweat. Xia Jinyuan realized that his hands were trembling. They were trembling so much that he couldn't even undo a button. Yi Qian felt a little chilly after getting out of bed, so he put on his military uniform. He didn't wear a jacket, only a shirt. This put Xia Jinyuan in a difficult position. Button. His hands were trembling so much that he couldn't undo the button. Fuck. The usually elegant man couldn't help but utter an indecent word at this moment. His handsome face was red from holding it in. His slender fingers stopped at the top button of his shirt. He took a deep breath and was about to undo it again, when he heard a delicate laugh, like the tinkling sound of spring water from the mountains. Yi Qian laughed. She couldn't help it. She had been holding it in for a long time. When she heard his exasperated fuck, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Her captain Xia, the man she loved. It was the first time he was in such a difficult position. You're still laughing, still laughing. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let you wear it. Being teased by his girlfriend, no matter how thick-skinned Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't take it anymore. He was afraid that other than laughing, she would say something that would hurt his self-esteem as a man. He sealed her red lips with his as a punishment. Laugh. Let's see how she can laugh. Yi Qian, who rarely saw this side of him, wanted to laugh even more. God, she really did not expect him to be so excited that his hands were shaking. Even though she was very nervous, when she placed her palms on his shoulders, her fluttering heart suddenly felt like it had reached the shore and found the warmest harbor that could shelter her from the wind and rain. Her originally uneasy heart suddenly calmed down and was no longer fluttering. Instead, the place where her heart was at peace was the warmth of her life. He was the peace of mind and the warmth of her life. With great difficulty, she finally got over her shyness and waited for him to offer himself to her. Who would have thought that? His hands would tremble for a long time and he wouldn't be able to undo her buttons. In the end, he angrily cursed, "Fuck. Forgive her for not being skillful enough." After holding it in for a long time, she couldn't help but laugh. Even though he was kissing her, Yi Qian still wanted to laugh. Xia Jinyuan, who was so hot that his back was drenched in sweat, could not help but want to laugh. His hands had never trembled in the face of fierce enemies on the battlefield, but now he was so excited that his hands were trembling. He even wanted to slap himself. What the hell? And his hands were trembling. Burying his head in her neck, the elegant man said in a muffled voice, "Little fox, my man's self-esteem has suffered a huge blow. This will become my dark history. You'd better forget it as soon as possible." It hurt his self-esteem too much, and he brought it on himself. Trembling hands, trembling hands. Go back and bear his weight. Let's see if he can still tremble.